from Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. Dr. B.P. Rukhliyar, Registrar of Vinoba Bhave University. Dr. Kaushal Kumar Bhagat from IIT Kharagpur, West Bengal. Dr. Zhang Michael Zai from Zhejiang University, China. Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Ajit Kumar Sinha from Vinoba Bhave University. Dr. Somnath Sinha from University of California, Merced, USA. So, Dr. Elizabeth Gangme from Regional Institute of Education, NCERT, Bhubaneswar. So, I would like to request all the participants, please stay connected with us. Now, we are going to start our webinar with the welcome speech by our Honorable Chairman to this program, cum Principal of Ma Vidyavasini College of Education. I would like him to request him, please connect with us. Good morning, everyone. This is Nusrat Jahan from Ma Vidyavasini College of Education. We are highly grateful that we have some eminent speaker and key person connected with us, who belongs to some prestigious institute of the world. Dr. Bimal Kishore, Head and Dean Department of Education, Central University of Jharkhand. Professor Dr. Chandrapal Singh Chauhan, who is also a keynote speaker from Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. Dr. B.P. Rukhliyar, Registrar from Vinoba Bhave University. Dr. Kaushal Kumar Bhagat from IIT Kharagpur, West Bengal. Dr. Zhang Michael Zai from Zhejiang University, China. Pro Vice Chancellor Professor Ajit Kumar Sinha from Vinoba Bhave University. Dr. Somnath Sinha from University of California, Merced, USA. Dr. Elizabeth Gangme from Regional Institute of Education, NCERT, Bhubaneswar. So I would like to request all the participants, please stay connected with us. Now, we are going to start our webinar with a welcome speech by our Honorable Chairman of this program, cum Principal of Ma Vidyavasini College of Education, Dr. Chetlal Prasad. So I would like to request him to please connect with us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Nusrat. A very good morning to the respected chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Vinoba Bhave University, Hazaribagh, Professor Dr. Mukul Narayan Dev, sir. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Ajit Kumar Sinha, sir. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University, Professor R.K. De, sir. Eminent speakers of this webinar, research scholar, and everyone is connected with us on this virtual platform from various parts of the country and the world. First of all, it's my pleasure to extend cheerful welcome to you. Your presence makes us very happy. It is my privilege to stand here before this virtual gathering to wish the participants of this international webinar all the best. The importance of international webinar in nurturing talent and promoting goodwill and understanding between students of different institutions as well. I find it to be my pleasure to address you people who are the young minds of today and the responsible citizens of tomorrow. Then again, I would like to thank Dr. Vimal Kishore, Head and Dean, Central University of Jharkhand, for giving us their consent. Last but not least, they always support and guide us in many ways unimaginable. Teachers will help us with the ideas and also with the execution process. I shall quote of Robert Half: hard work without talent is a shame, but talent without hard work is a tragedy. I would like to thank our college management committee for their valuable support. Let everyone appreciate the efforts of all the members of organizing committee of this college and Central University of Jharkhand, who have been encouraging to showcase their talents. Because of them, more than 1,400 participants have been registered from different parts of this country. Our desire is to extend a gracious and inclusive welcome to all of you. The function will end up with a speech of our guest of honor, so kindly remain connected with us until the end of the function and support our participant. Our institution is one of the best institutions of this university, which has included and is following in the extracurricular activities in the daily timetable. I wish to thank the congratulate each one of your dear parents, for without your support, it would not have been possible for us. Dear parents, what you see today is the culmination of massive efforts but by the students and teachers. So sit tight and cheer our students with our generous applause. MBC is only private teacher education institution who is running postgraduate course. Our college has honored by the National Assessment Accreditation Council NAC with grade B. Our institution running 3 courses of NCT. Those are MEd, BEd and DLEd. This year, we have applied for a 4-year integrated course to this university. With our love and blessing, our institution is advancing rapidly. Lastly, I would like to quote the statement of Martin Luther King Jr. We must accept finite disappointment, but never lose infinite hope. Now, again, I would like to thanks to all and welcome to this international webinar. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir, for your great speech. Now, we are going to introduce a great personality, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Vinoba Bhave University, Dr. Mukul Narayan Dev. He was a great scientist and head of the Department of Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. He is the first Vice Chancellor of Vinoba Bhave University who belongs to Hazaribagh region. I respectfully request to Dr. Mukul Narayan Dev, sir, please acknowledge us and about the prospects and challenges of higher education. Please, sir, connect with us.
Professor R.K. Day, Vice Chancellor, Controller, Central University of Jharkhand. Professor Ajit Kumar Sinha, Pro Vice Chancellor, Vinoba Bhave University. Dr. B.P. Rukhayar, Registrar, Vinoba Bhave University. And Professor C.P.S. Chauhan, ex-official Vice Chancellor, Aligarh Muslim University. And Sri Arvind Kumar Sinha, Principal, MBC Padma, and other participants of this webinar. A very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a great honor for me to inaugurate this webinar. I thank organizers for giving me this opportunity. As it is well accepted thought that higher education plays an extremely important role in promoting human as well as societal well-being. But despite significant progress over the last 10 years, our higher education system is facing an unprecedented transformation. This transformation is mainly being driven by economic and demographic change. The new National Education Policy 2020, announced last July, focuses on bringing the much needed transformational changes in the Indian education system. With a global perspective, every aspect of higher education is being reorganized and remodeled. Funding, leadership and management, quality assurance, accountability, relationship with industry, international collaboration, and the way research and teaching are conducted. If these reforms succeed, the breadth and depth of the change will be transformational. A multidisciplinary, value-based approach to education, focusing on holistic development along with life skills training, has been suggested in the policy to improve.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, your voice has muted, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry,
Yes, sir.
once again, just say that. Okay. Professor R.K. Day, Vice Chancellor, Controller University, Central University of Jharkhand. Professor Ajit Kumar Sinha, PVC, VBU. Dr. B.P. Rukhyar, Registrar, Vinoba Bhai University. Professor C.P.S. Chauhan, ex-officiating Vice Chancellor, Aligarh Muslim University. And today's keynote speaker, Sri Arvind Kumar Sinha, Principal, MVCE, Padma, and other participants of this webinar. A very good morning to all of you. It is indeed a great honor for me to inaugurate this webinar. I thank organizers for giving me this opportunity. As it is well accepted thought that higher education plays an extremely important role in promoting human as well as societal well-being. But despite significant progress over the last 10 years, our higher education system is facing an unprecedented transformation. This transformation is mainly being driven by economic and demographic change. The new National Education Policy 2020, announced last July, focuses on bringing the much needed transformational changes in the Indian education system with a global perspective. Every aspect of higher education is being reorganized and remodeled. Funding, relationship and management, quality assurance, accountability, relationship with industry, international collaborations, and the way research and teaching are conducted. If these reforms succeed, the breadth and depth of the change will be transformational. A multidisciplinary, value-based approach to education, focusing on holistic development along with life skills training, has been suggested in the policy to improve employability of students. Few highlights of NEP 2020 on higher education are like replacing the UGC and AICT with the Higher Education Commissions of India, opening up India higher education to foreign players, introducing of 4-year multidisciplinary bachelor programs with exit options, flexibility to institutions to offer different designs of for master programs, discontinuation of MPhil programs, and setting up of National Research Foundation. Though the NEP 2020 is path-breaking, brings about a sea of changes in the system of higher education, but the lack of a clear road map for implementation of the proposal in it is delaying the much needed educator sector reforms, which is crucial for sustaining India's future growth. There are certain challenges that need to be addressed to expedite the implementation process, and these challenges are going to be discussed today's webinar. The introduction of NEP 2020 and the proposed reforms in the regulatory regime for higher education institutions is a positive step for revamping and streamlining the higher education segment within India. The actual results and the changes will depend on ground level implementation with creation of proper infrastructure of the proposed reforms. I thank once again organizers for giving me this opportunity to express my view here, and thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your blessings and sharing your excellent thoughts and experience with us. Now, I would like to introduce Honorable Professor Dr. R.K. Dey, Vice Chancellor of Central University of Jharkhand, experienced in postdoctoral research in IIT Delhi. Right now, he is not available to this webinar due to some of his personal offense. So, now, I honorably request Dr. B.P. Rukhliar, Registrar of Vinoba Bhave University, to please connect with us and share your opinion with us. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Are you getting me? Hello, are you getting me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everyone. The keynote speaker of today, Professor R.K. Dey, and the chief guest of today's function, our Vice Chancellor, a noted scientist, and a very good administrator, Dr. Mukul Narayan Dev, and all others who are present in this webinar. Professor Dev rightly pointed out the salient features of the national education policy, which has laid down many key points regarding the reforms in education sector. But he rightly said that we have to draw a roadmap how to implement it successfully. As you all know, that we are victims of colonization, British colonization, and the impact of colonization has been on the education sector. And we are going through the Macaulay education system that was introduced almost 200 years ago. The government with the present new education policy wants to implement an education system which will be more Indianized, more suited to the needs of the Indian population and Indian climate and Indian environment. That's why this system, the new education policy, has been brought about. We all know that the traditional education system, which has been popular in India for the last 200 years, has brought about a hiatus between the education started in the classroom and the needs of the factories and other employers. Our graduates, they are not capable of keeping pace with the requirement of the employment sector. 90% of our graduates, including technical graduates, are not employable as per the report of standard organizations across the world. So we need to improve the quality of our education, and that quality of education can be improved when we connect with our students in our native language, in our native environment, and we allow the fruition of their given talent in a very natural way. So the new education policy is aiming at the local needs of the students of India. For example, many students who are very poor and they are burdened with the family responsibility at a very young age, and they cannot keep on getting education on a regular mode. So the present proposed system of education of graduation, that running like a train, and you can board it and get it down as and when you require. And once you have money again, you join the system and complete your education. So these are wonderful salient features of the new education policy. But as Professor Mukul Narayan Dev rightly said, what is needed is how to lay out a roadmap, how to implement it effectively, because theorizing anything is very easy, but to implement it in a practical manner is very difficult. With few words, I close my address to you. Thank you very much for inviting me to have a dialogue with you. Thank you very much. Please accept my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
आप तो सर बहुत अच्छा बनाने सीखा, जब तक उसको इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कीजिएगा.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable speech. Now we have a great personality with us, Dr. Chandrapal Singh Chauhan, former chairman of governing body, Inter-University Center for Teacher Education, Banaras Hindu University, and ex-officiating Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. He has published many research articles in national and international journals. He is also the member of chairman and of many committees constituting university grant commission. Now I request to Dr. Chandrapal Singh Chauhan sir, please share your opinion about prospects and challenges in higher education. Please connect with us, sir.
Okay, I'm already collected.
Thank you, sir.
So, can you hear me, everybody? Am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, sir.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. And first of all, I thank the organizers of this webinar, including the principal of the Vindhyavasini College of Education, management committee, principal, and all audience to spare their time to listen to me. I'm also grateful to my fellow panelists from India and abroad who have come to share their ideas with us. One thing I would say that for about 5 months, NEP 2020 has been a topic of discussion throughout the country through online webinars. And your choice of the topic is also contemporary and good. So I congratulate you all for this. Before we come to the proposal of new education policy, let us review in brief the history of higher education in India, so that we put the matter in proper perspective. It is said that first modern university in the world was set up at Bologna in Italy in the year 1088, and then University of Oxford in UK in 1096. But some of the authors, foreign authors, including those from Britain, agree that all these corporate universities, residential universities, have been set up on the lines of the ancient forest schools of India, which were called ashrams or gurukulas. In our traditional ancient ashram system, teachers, great teachers, rishis, they would assemble their students in forests for contemplation and philosophical discourse. And that was, in fact, the beginning of the corporate residential universities on a small scale. And the universities of Taxila and Nalanda are good examples of ancient Indian universities. It is on record that University of Nalanda, which is in Bihar, which is now being revived by Bihar government. During its good days, it had about 10,000 students and 3,000 teachers. So it was like our present corporate university, residential university. So in fact, I would not hesitate in saying that the concept of a modern university, residential university, is Indian in nature, and it has been given by India to the world. If we come at the history of modern university in our country, the first modern universities were set up around 163 years ago, in the year 1857, at Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. Prior to that, we had colleges only. In fact, higher education system in our country began with establishment of colleges. Even before universities, we had 27 colleges before 1857, and which were all affiliated to the University of London. The teaching work was conducted in the affiliated colleges, and examination was conducted by University of London that time. Now, these three universities in 1857 were set up as examining bodies only, which conducted examinations for existing colleges. Later on, at the end of 19th century, two more universities were established, so that by the year 1900, we had 5 universities: Calcutta, Bombay, Madras, Punjab University at Lahore, and then Allahabad University. These were the well-known central universities that time. They were all central universities that time. This is important. After independence, after Indian Universities Commission set up by the government of India, British government that time, 1902. That commission suggested that higher education should be expanded in India and some residential universities should be started. So after the recommendation of that commission, the then government launched a policy related to higher education system, and a few more universities set up. But progress of establishment of universities and colleges was slow during that period, because freedom movement has picked up momentum, and therefore progress of higher education slowed down. But at the time of independence in 1947, we had 20 universities, including the one in Lahore, and about 500 affiliated colleges, with a total enrollment of nearly 2 lakh students. So that was the system of higher education that we had at the time of independence, which was very small, and only less than 10% of the relevant age group could benefit from higher education system that time. Then thereafter, after planned development, which started in 1951, education was given greater emphasis by the government, and higher education also developed in terms of number of universities, affiliated colleges, also in terms of enrollment. But now, in 2020, we have about 1,000 universities or equivalent institutions or degree awarding bodies. There are 1,000 now. And the number of affiliated colleges has gone up to 43,000. With a total enrollment of 37.5 million. That is 3.75 crores, of which nearly 10% is in the distance education system. And the university and college system together has about 15 lakh teachers working in it. So at present, we are third largest higher education system of the world. Next only to USA and China. USA ranks 1, China ranks 2, and we are third in terms of number of institutions. In fact, the size of higher education system. Now we'll come to the proposals of national education policy. The NEP-2020 is the third education policy in the series in Free India. First policy was launched by the government in 1968. And then after 18 years, the second policy was launched in 1986, which was revised in 92. And now after 34 years, this is the third one, the third national policy on education. This policy is slightly different from the earlier two. The previous two policies mainly emphasized the consolidation and strengthening of the existing system of education. But this one emphasizes major transformation of education system in terms of structure, in terms of curriculum, and in terms of pedagogical strategies. So that way, this third policy is different from the other. At present, the structure of our education system is that a child comes to the university at the age of 18 after completing his schooling, and then there is 3 years of first degree, BA, BSc, BCom, or whatever in general education, 2 years of postgraduate degree in general education, followed by 3 to 5 years of doctorate degree. So this is the structure of general education in our country. And then in professional education, most of the courses are 4 to 5 years, followed by postgraduate degrees. So this is the present structure of our higher education system. Now, new education policy has a different vision. In fact, this aims at improving the access, quality, and efficiency of our higher education system so as to raise it to the international standard. This is the main theme of the NEP 2020 as far as higher education is concerned. One major change which is proposed by this policy is that India should create multidisciplinary universities. And the aim is that all universities within a specified time should convert themselves to
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Your voice has been muted. CPS, sir, your voice has been muted. Yeah.
Sorry, is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
How to discuss that? Anyway, it's fine. I was talking about the new proposal of NEP 2020 that it now proposes to have multidisciplinary universities in our country. And I was saying that most of our universities even now are multidisciplinary in the sense that there are a large number of subjects being taught. But we have divided those subjects in clusters. Each cluster is called a faculty. Now, a student has a limited choice because a student studying in a faculty can choose subjects from that faculty only. In fact, there is very limited freedom. For example, in the faculty of science, if a student wants to study physics, mathematics, and then history, he is not allowed. So this kind of arrangement is not there. So now in future, the NEP proposes that all subjects will be mixed up. There will be no clustering like faculties. All subjects will have the equal status, and student will be free to choose any subject he likes according to his interest and level of motivation. So that is the basic idea of a multidisciplinary university. And then the government also proposes that, again, it got muted. No, it's fine. Then the government, then the NEP proposes that each district, we have more than 700 districts in the country now. So it is proposed that each district will have a multidisciplinary university, which would teach through local language. So this is one. In fact, the government now proposes to encourage local languages as media of instruction at various levels, including higher education. And these multidisciplinary universities are supposed to be divided into two groups. Research intensive university, in which research would be given more emphasis than teaching. And then there would be teaching intensive universities where teaching would be given more emphasis than research. Research and teaching would be conducted in both the type of institutions, but there will be a difference of emphasis only. Then another proposal is that affiliated colleges will be phased out and in a phased manner within the next 15 years. That means by the year 2035, we would not have affiliated colleges at all. Now, the question is, what will happen to these colleges? The NEP proposes that some of the good colleges will be raised to the level of autonomous colleges. Autonomous colleges which will be independent in forming their own curriculum and conducting their own examinations, but degrees would be awarded by the universities. So this is one thing. Some of the colleges would be converted into autonomous colleges, and then some of them will be constituent colleges. Like even now we have constituent colleges in some universities. For example, in the University of Allahabad, a few colleges of Allahabad city are constituent colleges of Allahabad University. So that way, it is proposed that some of the colleges, good colleges, will be converted to autonomous colleges, and some others to constituent colleges. And even if some of them remain, they'll be given some time for development so that they come to the requisite level in terms of quality, and then they may also be converted into autonomous colleges or constituent colleges. But even after this, some of the colleges don't develop, then such colleges will be phased out. So this is the proposal, and this recommendation, this proposal would be implemented within the next 15 years, up to the year 2035. So this is the proposal about colleges. The NEP also says that colleges will provide for undergraduate courses only, and postgraduate and research provisions will be only in the universities. So this is another important thing. Colleges will provide education for undergraduates only, and postgraduate education and research would be conducted in the universities. And assessment of institutions will be a continuous process. Those autonomous colleges or constituent colleges which will improve in terms of quality, after assessment, they may be converted into research intensive universities or teaching intensive universities, depending on their quality. So this is another proposal. Now, NEP says that all universities should convert themselves to multidisciplinary universities by the year 2030. And then they should improve their size in the next 10 years so that each multidisciplinary university would be large enough to accommodate all the students within its catchment area. And then the single stream professional institutions like medical universities, agriculture universities, technical universities, these will not be there. The NEP now says that all universities will be multidisciplinary higher education institutions, and the nomenclatures like deemed university, affiliating university, technical university, these will not be there. All universities will be of the same type, and a universal concept of multidisciplinary university will be accepted. So this is another proposal. Then this will have a challenge in implementation, because we have certain specialized institutions like IITs and IIMs. Now, some people have observations about it. How, an IIT, which is exclusively a specified engineering technology institution, how will it be converted into a multidisciplinary university? I think the idea is that these institutions will maintain their specific character. An IIT will remain an engineering technology institution. But it will, add some more courses belonging to other subjects like humanities and social sciences, so that students have choice. For example, if a student pursuing industrial engineering course, he may like to study a course in labor law, then he will have a chance in it. So that way, there will be a broader choice for the students, even in these specialized institutions. So this is what the government of India now thinks through its national education policy. And then there will be a structural change at the undergraduate and postgraduate level also. In general education, it is proposed that 3 years undergraduate courses will continue for the time being. But in the long run, it is proposed that universities will have 4-year integrated undergraduate courses. So, and with multiple entry and exit point. This is important, in fact. In the present structure, if a student, due to some reason, has to leave his studies, undergraduate studies, after 1 year or after 2 years, or even just before final examination of 3rd year, due to some personal familiar reasons, he is not given, a degree, and his qualification in the market will be accepted only up to the class 12. And his study of the undergraduate level, if he doesn't complete the entire degree, whole degree, will not be recognized in the job market. Now, in the new system, the policy says that it will be a 4-year integrated course. But if a student leaves the course after 1 year due to some reasons, he'll be given a certificate. And that certificate will be recognized in the market for suitable job. In the same way, if a student leaves the undergraduate course after 2 years, he'll be given a diploma certificate. And if a student leaves after 3 years, again he will be given a bachelor's degree. He'll be given a degree, and then if he completes the entire 4-year integrated undergraduate programs, then he will get a full-fledged bachelor degree with a research component, because in the integrated 4-year course, there will be a research component.
Sir, I have some questions, sir.
In the final year. Yes, please. Yes, please. I'm waiting.
Participants are requested, please, please keep patience, and when lectures will finish, then you can ask the question. Please hold on.
Yeah, that will be fine.
Yes, sir.
If they ask in the end, that will be fine. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
then
Yes,
I'll continue.
Yes.
Okay, fine. So I was telling that undergraduate courses will be multidisciplinary as well as integrated. And after every year, there will be a provision for certification. So this is in the new scheme. And one important proposal is that the government of India wants to raise the gross enrollment ratio, which at present is only 26 in our country. That means only 26% students of the relevant age group are attending higher education institutions, including those in the DE mode. While this GER is very high in some other countries, the world average is 37. If we take the entire world, then 36% of the 37% of the relevant age group attend higher education institutions. But in our country, this figure is 26. That means 74% young men who are within the age of 18 to 24 years are out of the university fold. That means they are not part of higher education. We do not have facilities for them. It's 37 in the world average, in terms of world average. And in China, this figure is 51. 51% of Chinese youth attend higher education institutions in the age group of 18 to 40 years. The figure is 88, in USA and 60 in UK. And other countries, even with the developing countries, our GER is very low. So the government of India proposes to raise this figure to 50 up to the year 2035. That is the proposal of new education policy. And that goal is likely to be achieved through expansion of the system. That means opening new colleges and universities, and also consolidating the existing one. That means we may have to increase seats in the existing institutions, and we may have to set up new institutions also, so that within the next 15 years, we are able to raise our GER from the present 26 to 50. Then the NPE proposes 3 different kinds of postgraduate courses. A 5-year integrated course for school leavers. This means if a student passes class 12 examination this year, then he is allowed to pursue an 5-year integrated postgraduate course. After studying 5 years, he will get a postgraduate degree. This is one. Then there are 2-year postgraduates for 3-year undergraduate pass outs. This is another proposal, because currently we are conducting 3-year degree courses. So for them, there would be 2-year postgraduate course till this system goes on, and then there will be a 1-year PG course for 4-year integrated undergraduate pass outs. That's the third kind of postgraduate. For those who complete their 4-year integrated course, then PG course for them would be of 1 year, and it would be mostly research oriented. So this is the proposal of NPE regarding this postgraduate education. Then let us come to research. As you know, some international organizations publish university ranking, and this is going on since the year 2004. And if you look at the data which is available on the internet, in the year 2004, we had our 3 universities or higher education institutions which ranked among top 200 institutions of the world. Among top 200 rankers, we had 3 in the year 2004, and then gradually the number came down, and last year we had 200. In the year 2019, we had only 1, and that was also an IIT. And this year, in 2020, we have none. I mean, none of our universities or IIT or IIM figures among the top 200 universities of the world. So that means somehow our ranks have been coming down in it. Then what is the problem? The problem is that research component is the weakest in our system. And the process of ranking universities, if you read the criteria, you find that about 60% of the weightage is given to research and publications and other related things. So 60% of the weightage is given to research, publications, and other related things. And this is the area in which we are weak, and therefore, over the years, our institutions are losing their ranks in the international ranking. So we have to think something about it. And every year the number of doctorate degrees awarded are increasing. In the year 2009-10, that is 10 years ago, the number of PhDs awarded by our higher education institutions were 11,000. Now this year, the number is expected to be nearly 44,000. 4 times increase in the number of PhDs awarded. But what about the quality? So, I don't have to say much about it. You know it. This is the problem of quality. And, we are awarding degrees without research. So we may not discuss them here. Anyway, but through NEP, Government of India wants to improve the quality of research being conducted in our universities and research institutions. For this, an apex body is proposed to be set up. It will be called National Research Foundation. A National Research Foundation is to be set up by the government, which would promote international collaboration in research, which will also develop criteria for funding and also develop parameters for quality research. So it is expected that with the establishment of this organization, the quality of research conducted in our universities and colleges and other research institutions would improve. So this is one thing. So research is an important area which has received more emphasis in NEP 2020. Okay, then one thing more, and moreover, on research, we spend only 0.69% of the GDP. This is on record. 0.69%, not even 1%. It's only 0.69% of GDP spent on research, while the figures of USA are 2.8. The USA spends 2.8% of GDP on research activities. Even a small country, Israel spends 4.3%. South Korea spends 4.2%. So that means we have to spend more on research, and also we have also to increase enrollment in research. Although the number of doctorate degrees awarded had increased fourfold within the next 10 years, even then the total enrollment in research is less than 1%. It's only 0.7%. So this is really very interesting. On the one hand, a large number of doctorate degrees are being awarded every year, and figure has reached around 44,000 this year. Even then, total enrollment in research is only less than 1% of the total enrollment at the university level. So enrollment in research has to be increased, and at the same time, we have to see that quality of research improves. Then NEP also had certain important proposals about regulation of higher education system. So far, we have only one institution, one body, which is University Grant Commission, which is performing two functions. It's providing funds to central universities and some other institutions, and also it oversees the standard and quality of teaching and research in the universities and colleges. Now, government through this NEP wants to overhaul this system. The name of the MHRD is also to be changed. Perhaps it has already been changed. Ministry of Human Resource Development will now be renamed as Ministry of Education. In fact, it was Ministry of Education in the beginning. After independence, its name was Ministry of Education. Then over time, it was renamed as Ministry of Education and Culture. And then after national policy of 1986, it was renamed as Ministry of Human Resource Development. And now again, it's proposed to be renamed as Ministry of Education. Anyway, this is one change which is proposed by the NEP. And then there is a proposal to set up an organization, Higher Education Commission of India. This new organization is to be created. And under this umbrella organization, 4 other organizations would work, which would be independent, verticals. And all these 4 will perform different functions. For example, there is a proposal to set up National Higher Education Regulatory Council. This will be one body, National Higher Education Regulatory Council, which will discharge the regulatory function. And all regulatory bodies like NCTE, Medical Council of India, Dental Council of India, which are currently performing regulatory functions in different fields, will all be covered under this one National Higher Education Regulatory Council. So this is one body which is to be created. The other body is Higher Education General Council. Higher Education General Council, which will be it will be Higher Education Grants Council, HEGC. It is Higher Education Grants Council. It will in fact perform one job of the University Grant Commission, that is assessing and providing grants to universities and other institutions. Maybe UGC may now be renamed as Higher Education Grants Council. And to discharge the other function of the UGC, standards of teaching and research, another body is likely to be created. And then there will be a NAC, National Accreditation Council. Maybe this would be a new name for our present NAC. We already have, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, and this may be renamed as National Accreditation Council, NC. And then 4th body would be General Education Council, and this will perform the function of setting standards, which was earlier with the University Grant Commission. So UGC had 2 functions: giving grant and setting standards. Now, for this, there will be a separate body for setting standards, and it will be renamed General Education Council. So that way, there are 4 bodies which are independent. They would function independently, but they will all be coordinated by Higher Education Commission of India. So this is how the regulatory mechanism is to be overhauled under the new education policy. Now, the most important thing is, because whenever we plan such a huge change, keeping in view the quality of education system, it requires a lot of money. Our earlier education policies of 1968 and 1986 could not give desired results because we perhaps implemented them poorly with insufficient funding. So in this policy, the Government of India proposes that funding for education in terms of GDP would be increased. In fact, Education Commission of 1964-66, which is popularly called Kothari Commission, proposed in its report in 1966 that Government of India should spend 6% of GDP on education. And for the last 56 years since that time, we have been talking about spending 6% of GDP on education, but we have not gone beyond 4.4 or 4.5, which was only last financial year. And every time, whenever the government changes, the first thing that the new government says is that they would spend 6% of GDP on education, but the goal has not been achieved even after 56 years of the first recommendation of education commission. And if you look at the figures of other countries, a small country like Cuba is a very small country. It spends 12.9% of the GDP on education. Similarly, Norway spends 8% of GDP. Even Bhutan is a small country near us, which is near us, and it spends 7% of GDP. UK spends 5.5% of GDP, and Nepal spends 5.2%, and USA 5%. So the educational expenditure in our country is low. This is what government accepts. And now in this policy, government has proposed that it will spend 6% of the GDP in education in future. Now, any policy, however good, may not give desired result unless it is properly implemented. It requires commitment on the part of those who are involved in the process of implementation, like teachers, administrators, and also students. They are also part of the implementation process. And it requires commitment on the parts of all these. And then it also requires political will on the part of the government. Our Prime Minister has promised this time that there will be no dearth of political will for implementation of this policy. And the government is willing to provide sufficient funds for this purpose. So let us hope that this time we'll be able to implement this policy well. And it is said that this is, if the policy is forward-looking, it is progressive, but at the same time, very ambitious. Some people say that it is said that even if 50% of its proposals are properly implemented in their time frame, it will make a lot of difference. So let us hope for the best. And with these words, I end my conversation with you. I thank you again for listening very patiently. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you,
so much,
sir.
for your excellent words and great information about the education system and new education policy.
Excuse me. Just
please.
any participants, if you would like to ask any questions from Chauhan sir, then you can ask the question, please.
Somebody was asking questions.
Okay, sir. I think nobody can ask the question, so I think you should continue. Yes, please. Over
Thank
to
you.
Nusrat.
Thank you, sir. And thank you again, CPS, sir, for the excellent words. Now we are going to connect with another excellent scholar, Professor of Educational Technology, IIT Kharagpur, Dr. Kaushal Kumar Bhagat from West Bengal. I would request him to please connect with us and share your ideas with us. Thank you, sir. Over to Kaushal Kumar, sir.
Please welcome to Kaushal, sir. Arvind ji, Tanuja madam, please welcome to Kaushal, sir.
Shall I start now?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Prashad,
Yes, sir.
so can I start now?
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir. Yes, sir. Please, sir.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Yes.
Okay. So good afternoon to all of you. I hope you all are doing fine in this pandemic situation. And thank you, Dr. Prashad, for your invitation to give my presentation. So today I'm going to talk about two important technologies, augmented reality and virtual reality, and how these technologies can help to enhance the engagement and quality of, especially some examples which I will provide will be related with the engineering, because I am from IIT, so most of the things what we are doing in the field of engineering. And if you have any questions in between my presentation, you can post your questions in the chat box. And after finishing my presentation, I will try to answer your queries and your questions, whatever you have. If you have some other doubts also, so I will try my best. So maybe this presentation may be a little bit technical, but I will try my best to make it more smooth for you guys. So if we see our education system, I will not say it is happening only in India. So I have done work across many parts of the world, right from United States to Taiwan, China, Japan, in many other countries also. And everywhere we are facing the same issue. If we are, suppose in the mathematical term, if we are saying that we have a set of school and college experience and we have a set of real life experiences, the problem what is happening is that we are not able to connect these two together. We are not bringing out, or we are not able to create authentic learning experience for the learners
in the classroom, whether it's school education, whether it's higher education. And that's we call it as a mutually exclusive education. And how we are going to connect these two parts, which are very important parts in our education system, that I am going to describe, that I am going to discuss. So presently, what major challenges we are facing? The first very important challenge is that the content which we are providing to our learners, is it meaningful? Meaningful in the sense, for the last 20 years, 3 years, even if you can see, like our national education policy, it took so long time to have our new national education policy. So if you see, now we are talking about the 21st century skills. That means collaborative learning, critical thinking, problem solving skills, communication, those kind of skills we are expecting that required because as we required skilled workers. It's not only the theoretical knowledge we require, we need the people to have the application or skill oriented. So the content which we are providing, is it meaningful? Is it satisfying those skills which are required in the market? Second very important point is the teaching learning process which we are following for the last 50 years, 60 years, 100 years. That same traditional mode, is it enjoyable? Is it joyful? Third very important thing is that interaction. Interaction is not only about the peer interaction I'm talking about, it's peer and instructor. Even if you're using some kind of technology or system to teach something, whether the interaction between the system and the user, is it good enough to meet those skills? Fourth very important is that whether the whole teaching learning process, text, whatever we are using, is it effective in nature to inculcate those important 21st century skills? So these are the challenges in front of us, not only in the school education, but also in the higher education in different areas. Now, if we see the growth in technology, like from the 1960, we have started our journey from the mainframe computer, and now we have mobile internet connectivity. Like in India, especially, if you see, the digital penetration is very high. Like I think after China, like India is the second largest country where we have the internet users and smartphone users, high numbers. So I can also say that like before 21st century, technology was part of our life, but now we are too much dependent on the technology. Right from the beginning, when you are starting your day, you are opening your mobile phone, checking your email, Facebook, Instagram. Even when you are going to sleep also, you are so much dependent. You will first see your mobile phone and then you are going to sleep. So we are too much dependent. How we can channelize these things? Like kids now, they have the smartphones with them. So how we can channelize this mobile penetration in the education system? How we can use the benefit of education technology? Day by day, the infrastructure is getting ready. So this is like, I think this is the time where the technology integration is very important, and the infrastructure is getting ready for us to implement technology enhanced learning in every sector. Now, what I believe that there are 4 important emerging technologies in the 21st century: augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, 3D printer. Because I have only 40 minutes or 45 minutes, so I will talk only about the augmented reality and virtual reality. Now, basically, what is augmented reality? Augmented reality is basically 3 characteristics. What is happening? You have some virtual elements which is connected with the real world, and then you can play with that virtual elements, and that also provides you a 3D visualization. Why we need 3D visualization? Now I am giving some complex machine, I'm taking some complex machines and I'm drawing those complex machines on the board. It requires a lot of spatial orientation and 3D visualization, which is very difficult. The concepts are very abstract for the students, but if I'm providing the 3D visualization where they can interact those machines in a virtual manner, so that will help the student to understand those concepts very easily as compared to the traditional mode. I will show you some of the examples later on. So basically 3 types of augmented reality are there: marker based, markerless, location based. Now in the marker based, basically what you have an image, you are scanning the image using your smart device, whether it's a mobile phone, your iPad, your tablet, and then that virtual element is coming on the top of your screen of the phone. or smart device, and then you are interacting with that virtual element. Now in the marker list, you don't need any kind of image to scan, rather than you are scanning the ground plane and the virtual element is coming. Now location based, you may be familiar, like 2-3 years back, we have a very famous game called Pokemon. So what is happening here? So they are using your GPS location, and based on your location, some virtual characters are coming, and then you need to catch those virtual characters, and then you are getting some scores. So if you go some of the countries, they have the museums where these kind of location based augmented reality applications are there. So if you are going some location, specific location of the museum, they will describe the artifacts. They will describe that why it is important, that part of the museum. So that is the location based augmented reality. So basically, there are many applications of augmented reality, whether it's about the medical education for the training purpose, whether it's about the entertainment purpose, whether it is for the military training also. It is the most important part. What we are talking about here is the education, and you can see it is not limited to any specific domain. It can be applied language and reading. It can be applied in mathematics and science. It can be applied in social sciences. It can be applied in creativity, critical thinking. In every domain, it can be applied. So this is the beauty of this technology. Now I'm giving one example where we have applied augmented reality. So this is one study we have conducted in Taiwan. So it's basically about how we can teach material science course. Now Taiwan is world's, I think 70% of the semiconductor chips are being manufactured and developed in Taiwan. And they put a lot of money in material science courses. And in material science courses, they have a lot of concepts about the crystal structures. Now you might have heard about, you have heard about traditional mode, you have heard about flipped classroom, but you might not have heard about beyond flipped classroom teaching mode. Now traditional mode, you are very much aware that we are going to have the face-to-face interaction with the students, and then we are teaching in the classroom. In the flipped classroom, what is happening? We have the videos, we are uploading the videos, and then those videos are being shown to the students. They are coming with those videos, and then in the classroom you are having some kind of discussion with the students. You are giving some problems. You are going for some problem solving activity, collaborative learning, all those kind of things. Now the problem with the flipped classroom mode, what is happening is that even there was a research from MIT that whenever there is a YouTube video or watch educational video, the attention time is just 2 minutes or 3 minutes maximum. So it needs a lot of self-regulation from the student side. What is the guarantee that you are giving a video, uploading the video in any Dropbox or Google Drive, and what is the guarantee that the student is going through the whole video and then coming to the classroom? There is another problem with this. There was a report from New Horizon report, NMC report, which is every year there is a report with about different types of technology that is being used in the teaching and learning process. Or there are different types of models. They do some kind of research, and they found that sometimes these flipped classroom models, the videos which we are uploading, sometimes students feel those are boring because those are long videos, 40-minute video, 15-minute videos. Okay. So that's why we thought that how we can make this flipped classroom model more interactive and engaging in nature. So we call it as a beyond flipped classroom teaching mode. So here what we are doing, we are integrating some technology to make it more engaging, where the students will do the things by themselves. It's not only about watching the video. So over the past decades, if you see, these are the structures which are being taught, like using this kind of teaching aids. You might be familiar with this thing. So what we have done in this study, we have developed the AR application of the crystal structure to teach those kind of concepts. Now what we have done here, I'm just showing you a video. So this is the marker based. Here you can see there will be an image and we are scanning the image. So this is the image, and this is, here you can see this is the virtual. So here the whole thing is the real world, but this is a virtual element. So what we have done, we have provided this kind of application, narration, and the students are using their fingers to rotate, to flip, to zoom in, to zoom out, drag, slice, all those functions we are providing, which is not possible in the traditional method, or even if you are using the uh, traditional teaching aids also. How we can find out the number of unit cells, those kinds of information we can teach using this kind of technology, because it is providing us a lot of 3D visualization. So there are different types. So what we have done, simply we have developed this AR application using the Unity based platform, and then we have uploaded in the Dropbox, and the students are going through those things. And then when they are coming to the classroom, then we are going to have a discussion. Then we are also using virtual clicker. Now you might have idea about the clickers, like you might have seen the KBC, Kaun Banega Crorepati, where they have the audience poll ABCD, like that. But the problem with those clickers is that it is expensive. For one clicker, you need to have a subscription like $50. This is too much expensive. Now what we have done, we have used the mobile phone as a clicker, and we call it as a smartphone clickers. You no need to pay anything. So you can type also. I will show you, maybe I can later on, I can share the things also. So that is also not limited to the multiple choice. There can be option for the open-ended question. And it is the AI based platform we have developed, which is I think in 14-15 different country languages are there, right from starting with English to Chinese to Turkish to French. Many different languages are available, and that is AI based. So based on the answers of the students, you can classify the system will automatically classify the students into higher achiever, low achiever, and average achiever, and then you can give the individual feedback also. That means you can apply the personalized learning. So this is the beauty of the technology that you can use. If there is a large scale classroom, if you have a classroom of 250 students, which I am teaching in IIT Kharagpur, it is very difficult to give individual attention and individual feedback. But if you have this kind of technologies, that will definitely help for the teachers for formative assessment purpose, to identify the misconception and errors that the students are making. So this is one example that I have given you about augmented reality. Another, we have developed one about the chiral compounds. So basically chiral compounds also, we need to provide the R and S configuration. If some of you are from the chemistry background, so these concepts are very difficult and complex to understand. It needs a lot of spatial orientation and visualization. So we have done a research with the students to identify different types of problems faced by the students. So they have identified that visualization is difficult for them. Then sometimes we draw the structures on the blackboard, which is very difficult for the student to compare with the 2D and 3D structure. So what we have done, we have again used some Unity and Euphoria visual code with C#, and then we have created two types. Here the teacher can create chiral compounds and save it to the database, and then the student can log in and can answer and check whether they are right or wrong. So here I'm just showing you one example. So this, you can say it's a markerless. Here there is no need to scan the image. So this is the surface of the ground, and you can see this is the carbon atom in the ground, and the teacher can choose the items and choose the bonds, and they can create the organic compound. So you can see here these whole things are, so different compounds, chiral compounds can be, and then you can also assign the name, assign the numbers. So in this way the teacher can create the compound, okay, and save it, and later on you can use it for the assessment purpose. So you have already saved the answers also, saved the configuration also. Now in the second case, what is happening, you have given the question to the student. Now because it needs a 3D visualization, so students can rotate and understand, because it's a grounds, it's a 3D visualization. So then student can assign the numbers here. So it's learning by doing is happening. So the student can move around the chiral compounds. They can have idea of the whole 3D structure of the chiral compound. And in this way, they can assign R or S configuration. So this is another study which we have done, and we have published the results. Next is about the code AR. So we have developed one AR based game to teach programming. Suppose some students who are from the humanities background, they don't have any idea about the programming. How we can motivate them to learn the programming? Because nowadays programming is very important part. Okay, very important thing. It is applicable not only in the science or engineering, it's also applicable in the humanities also. So we have developed a game. So here what is happening, there are different QR codes we are providing, and there is a character. So here is the rabbit. If it's like player and you are making the right moves with the codes, then the rabbit will move and eat the carrot. And the number of carrots which the rabbit is eating, so it's like an AR based. You can see the real environment is there, and this is the virtual elements are coming here. And you are getting the instant feedback. So that means informative and immediate feedback, which is the important part. So here you can see that you are applying the game-based learning also. So through the game, the students are learning these coding skills, basic coding skills, motivating them to learn the code. So this is also one ongoing work which we are doing. We are also developing some more levels. Now this is another AR application which we are working on. It is about the lathe machine. So in engineering, every student in the first year, they need to learn about the working parts of the lathe machine. So this is the lathe machine. The problem with the lathe machine is that it's complex. You cannot open the machines for every student and take out the parts and explain the parts. So what we have done, the machine is there. You can scan the machine and different parts will be visible in the real world. And then it can be exploded and it can be explained. So even there is no lab assistant, but you have the video demo inside in the whole system of the lathe machine. So this is one example that even in engineering education, also how this kind of technology helps students to understand. Now we have different parts, and here is we have embedded the video demonstration also. So the student can correlate different parts and can understand the functions of different parts with the video demo here. So this is another example here. Okay, I have only 10 minutes, so let me just go through. So another example of last example which I am giving about the augmented reality is about the bacterial cell. So these are bacterial cells. So I'm just showing that in different domains how this kind of technology can help. So bacterial domain, it's very difficult to understand the functions, different parts and mechanism of bacterial cell. So you can go inside the bacterial cell, see the whole functions, how this mechanism is happening. Okay. So this is all about the augmented reality which we are doing the work. Another last is about the robotics. We are also applying augmented reality in the robot. How you can operate the real robot virtually. This is one physical robot, and you can train or you can. This is a virtual robot. You can control the virtual robot and physical robot using the virtual robot. Now you can see virtual robot will also move. So this is mostly about the industrial application. in the robotics, that how you can, because there are lots of robots are being used in the manufacturing, especially in the manufacturing sector. So you can control this robotics virtually also, no need to be there also. So this is another example of the augmented reality in robotics. Now, what is the problem with the current augmented reality? The problem is that it requires high processing power. Even if you are using the mobile phone, it generates a lot of heat, and it's the file size of the application is very big. So you need big configuration of the mobile phone to operate this. Another problem is the human interaction has not been established. What kind of interaction is good or bad? It is still under research. Third, very important is that the skilled manpower to develop this kind of content is still very limited. It's not only in India, it's across the world. Not many people are working in this area, but this is the future where we can go for it. Now, I'm going to talk about the virtual reality. Now, this is in 2016 is also celebrated as the year of virtual reality in many countries like China, Spain, Japan. They have in United States, they have celebrated as the year of virtual reality. So basically, what is virtual reality is Ivan Sutherland has developed the head-mounted display system, and Lanier first time he used the virtual reality. So we can define the virtual reality from two perspectives: technological perspective and psychological perspective. Now, from the technological perspective, if we see, it's basically consists of different audio, text, videos, and computer graphics. But the psychological perspective, it is the presence, being there. Now, the being there is what is happening there. Like if I'm creating one virtual experience, suppose you have never visited Eiffel Tower, but I'm creating a virtual environment for you. And then when I'm providing that environment, you will feel and you will operate the whole environment. You will feel that, yes, I am inside the Eiffel Tower. So that's the beauty of the virtual reality. So the term psychologically, it is called being there. So there are different types of virtuality, like game oriented and socially oriented. I'm not going more in depth. The main three characteristics of virtual reality is that immersion, interaction, and imagination. When we are creating this virtual reality experience, this should have these three important characteristics. Otherwise, we cannot say that this is virtual reality. Immersion, by immersion, I say that the experience which you have never, like suppose, as I mentioned, like Eiffel Tower experience, you have never visited, but if I'm providing such experience which is making you immersed in that environment and feel that you are in the Eiffel Tower. So that is the immersive experience. Interaction in the sense you can play in the real world, like if suppose Eiffel Tower, if you go, so you can take this, either you can, there is a lift, you can operate the lift. So you will also feel like you are going up and going down. So that is the real-time interaction. Of course, when it combines, it goes to the imagination that you can Paris and have the Eiffel Tower experience. So there are different types of VR headsets also, like the third standalone smartphone VR headset. Now here, this is a complex thing. So, and it is expensive also. Although the immersiveness or experience is high, but you need the high configuration computer, you need sensors, you need these kind of devices as to provide. It cost you in Indian currency, it will be around 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh, which is very costly, but the immersion experience is very high. However, the standalone, you don't need a high configuration computer, and it is wireless also, more comfortable to use. But the problem is that the immersiveness, the experience is not as good as compared to the first one. However, the cost is less. It may be like 45,000 in Indian currency. And this is the smartphone VR headset, which is very cost effective. Like even Google Cardboard, which you cost 300 rupees, and you just need to put your mobile phone. But the problem with this kind of devices is that it consumes a lot of energy or battery. But also the experience is not so good as compared to the first one, but it is applicable. You can use this kind of devices. Now there are different applications of virtual reality. It is observational learning, operational learning, social learning, scientific research. Now points of interest where he can find different departments. So what we are creating one whole virtual reality experience where the student can install the application and use the Google Cardboard to understand the whole campus in the very beginning. Then there is a project called NASA's space project. You can go to the Newton world where you can find out different planets, the experience of different planets, what are the characteristics of the different planets. So that is another project which is going on. Social learning, it is used for the chatting also. Third, this is very important part, it is being used for the scientific research. widely applied also for the surgical training, nursing training, hospitality management. Virtuality is being used. There is some debate is going on also, like which is good, augmented reality or virtual reality. So there are two groups of people they are debating. For me, I believe augmented reality is much more better as compared to the virtual reality. Why? Because first thing is that it's a multimedia and multisensory display. That means you are using your hands and fingers to experience the interaction with the virtual elements. But when you are using the virtual reality, you are using the controllers. You are using the controllers, and then please turn off your audio. Yeah. So portable and cost effective in the sense like you for the augmented reality, you just need your mobile phone. You don't need those costly devices. So that means it can be scalable in nature, especially the case in the developing countries like in India. It is not possible to provide those expensive devices in every classes or for every student. But now students, they have the mobile phones. In higher education, if we see all the undergraduate master, they have the mobile phones, so we can use augmented reality. So that means it can be scalable, user friendly in the sense that when you are using virtual reality, there are some complaints about the motion sickness, cyber sickness, which is not an issue in the augmented reality. So I'm showing some example of virtual reality research which we are doing. So we have used as tune mass dampers. So it's basically, I'm just showing. You might have heard about Taipei 101, which is world's tallest, second tallest building in the world. But Taiwan is also prone to typhoon and earthquake. But although it's a second tallest building, how they are managing such a huge building? So what they have done, they have integrated, tuned this kind of pendulum TMD. So we have mechanical engineering in IIT Kharagpur, and we cannot take all the students to Taipei 101 and get the experience of this kind of TMDs. But what we can do, we can create one authentic learning experience or virtual reality experience of that building where the students can operate and control. So here we have developed one gameplay. We have different physics here, their mass, length, and stiffness of the structure, and the student can control the things and see the effect, what will happen. We have developed wind blowing is using for the typhoon, hand motion. If you're shaking your hand, that will create the earthquake. So I'm just showing you the video, which it is still under development. So this looks like a bamboo. It is actually, the structure is motivated from Taipei 101. We cannot use the Taipei 101 building directly because it will copyrights. So this is the tuned mass damper is there. So you can see when there will be typhoon, how it will affect. So this kind of experience can be, can the students, okay, let me, yes. So typhoon is there. So how the typhoon experience will be there. So when you are blowing from your mouth, so this kind of building will move, and you will feel like you are inside the building, and you will feel like you are also moving inside. So this is the typhoon effect. So this work is still, we are controlling, we are developing. So you can see here when the typhoon is coming, so how the pendulum is moving. So this kind of experience we can bring using the virtual reality. We are also developing VR simulation of human body also. So this is another work which we are doing. So how different parts of this is for in other application in the medical education. So we have created, like, professors can teach the different parts and functions, because human bodies are very costly. Even after that, it's very difficult to get those bodies also, that bodies, it cost you. So but if we are using the virtual reality, so you can create this kind of experience which can be applied in the medical education also. This work we are also doing. You can rotate, you can have different types of skeleton or all those kind of medical information you need. Reproductive system, all those other systems, heart system. So we are still working. Okay, so the final conclusion, I think I have almost completed. So the final conclusion is that, as I mentioned, there are two, but we are not able to connect. So the final conclusion is that technology can be a bridge between school experience or college experience, I can say, and the real life experience, and we can bring those real life experience in the classroom using this kind of emerging technologies like augmented reality and virtual reality. However, there are some future challenges also. If I classify, I can classify into learning, experience, and technology. So learning is that says when we are designing the content, we must be careful about the cognitive overload. We need to check what kind of effects of learning we need to measure. Then the experience, like this kind of technology, is still the experience, user experience is not very good at present. Still the research is going on, but I am very hopeful that the user experience will definitely improve. Whenever we are using, there will be some data of the user, so we need to be careful about data security and privacy. Then device cost and portability, I think it is already decreasing. I remember I started my journey of PhD in 2013, where the cost of these devices used to be like 2.5 lakh, 3 lakh, but now it has been reduced to 1 lakh. So I think day by day, more companies are coming, more competition is going, so the cost will decrease, and more it will help us to increase the scalability. So that's all from my side, and if you have any questions, so you can ask me. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
If
Sir,
you
very
have any
excellent
questions, you can ask me.
presentation. Sir, how the higher education can we reach to the person living in remote areas?
How the higher education? So yes, you can see Government of India has already initiated a lot of programs like NME-ICT, where you can see that now IIT like NPTEL courses. You see the quality of the NPTEL courses, like even the student who have not come to IIT, but they can see those videos and learn from those, right? The internet connectivity is also improving. I'm not saying that the infrastructure totally ready, but things will move from one step by step. Like in over a night, things will not change, especially in the case of India, right, where we have economic issue, and there is a big gap, right?
Sir. Yeah.
Yes, so it will take some time, and I am very much optimist, and hopefully with this national education policy, the government whatever initiatives are being taken by the government will definitely help, and reduce the gap between the urban, rural, and suburban. And I think the technology will play very important role to minimize this gap.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, any other questions?
Participants, please, if you have any questions, please ask. And if anybody who left the question on chat box, then Mr. Kaushal will give your answer very soon.
I have checked the chat box, but I haven't seen any questions here. So I think that's all from my side. If you have any question, you can post it. Otherwise, we can move to another new session.
Yes, sir. I think it's finished. Thank you very much. Very nice session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent words and great information about the education system. Thank you again.
Ma'am, I have a question.
Yes.
I am Anima Kumari. I have a question that what the government is doing in this pandemic time for the education purpose about the new education policy.
What the government is doing.
Yeah, now the pandemic time is going on, and now now only the new education policy has been implemented. So what the government is doing now in this pandemic time so that it should be implemented in every schools and all?
We are preparing hard to solve the problems. Okay, we are preparing hard. First thing is that now we need to create a roadmap. So roadmap is getting ready. So you can see in the end, if I'm talking about the school education, so now in the next NCERT textbooks, you are going to have all the things. We have identified 3,500 contents which will be converted into interactive contents. So very soon, all the textbooks in the NCERT, you will find QR codes where you are going to scan the QR codes, and this kind of augmented reality or H5P interactive contents will be provided. Now in the higher education, now government is going to start National Education Technology Forum, right? Where we are going to initiate and connect rural areas with the urban areas, and professional development will be the topmost priority. But during this pandemic, implementation is a difficult task. Hopefully, once the pandemic will be over, the implementation will be fast. I hope I have answered your question.
Okay, anyone has any question? No one?
Again, just I would like to say something to Mr. Kaushal sir. Your teaching method and your teaching efficiency and everything is on the basis of primary data, but our education system in teacher education just like on depends upon the secondary data. And I think your lecture is very valuable, and I think you will be share with us then regularly. It will be better for our teacher community. So regularly we will keep in touch. Please always save time for us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving your valuable time with us. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to request all the participants, those who are connecting with us, please stay with us till the end of the program, because today we are having great scholars and speakers who belongs to a national and international level. We will enhance our knowledge from them. Again, we have a great scholar, Dr. Zhuzhong Michael Zhai, who is a senior researcher at School of Education, Zhejiang University, China. He has been a postdoctoral fellow at School Educational Technology Beijing to Normal University. Majoring in education technology, his research interests include but not limited to the area of interactive learning constitutions of smart learning environment and emerging technology enhanced learning. Now, I request Honorable Dr. Zhuzhong Michael Zhai, sir, please share your opinion with us.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Michael, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Please continue.
Yeah, thank you. I will share my screen with you. Give me a second. Hello guys, can you see the screen I share with you?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you guys for your invitations to join the webinar, and thank you KK's invitation. Yes, your presentations are very fulfilled and very successful. I learned a lot from your presentations. So today's I will share some ideas with you that is using eye tracking technique in student record approach. And I conducted this research is because previous study have posited the effectiveness of stimulated record. However, few studies explored how stimulated record is implemented in a relatively static context. For example, the online self-regulated learning. In these situations, people are learning confronting a computer. So it is difficult to capture the learning behaviors between the human and computers. So this research is aims to introduce the biofeedback, such as the EEG, I mean the brainwave, and the eye tracking as a stimulus for learners to engage in the retrospection regarding their learning behavior. So first of all, okay, sorry, here's my CV. I will give a brief introduction to you, and I'm supposed to give you, but sorry, I missed it. And here's my email, and I work for Zhejiang University, and right now I recruit postdoctor and the PhD students. So if you're interested, you could apply for a position from us. Zhejiang University in China is a very high-ranking university, even in the world. It is approximately 50 to 60 according to QS and Times high education ranking right now. So firstly, I will let you know what is the stimuli core. Stimuli core is belonging to psychology conceptions, but it is mostly used in educational domain. Stimuli core, it comprises introspective procedure through which participants' cognitive process help learners engaging in more effective learning by adopting a stimulus. So normally the stimulus are recorded videos, or in decades years ago, they use even use some pictures or some recorded audios as a stimulus to help learners to record what they learned, what they did in the classes. And the second is what do we benefit from the stimuli record? You know, the decades of research in the domain of stimulated record can be categorized into three main types. The first is the effectiveness of these methods with regard to both learning outcomes and interactive cognitions. And in 2002, and the Landry's research and presented that learners' EFL learning skills, EFL is English as a foreign language, EFL writing skills were significantly improved when stimuli record was adopted. And furthermore, a study using video clips and photographs to stimulate primary school children to record science center exhibits resulted in higher engagement with science center. So additionally, stimuli record is regarded as a very useful method for construct individuals' relationships between cognitions and behaviors within learners. So secondly, the stimuli record has been extensively implemented in various research contexts in a variety of academic subjects as diverse as a second language learning and nursery education in higher education domain. Thirdly, the stimuli record, the stimulus sources may differ from one research context to another. For example, some studies indicate that although stimuli record generally included audio to video replay, and another variant of the stimulus could include it in participants' physiological data, such as eye tracking and EEG. So the third question is, what the challenges did the stimuli record confront? So although the majority of studies have shed light on the strengths of stimuli record, the different applications of stimuli record and the variety of stimuli that may potentially be used highlight some questions. For example, the current study, current research does not explain an issue that is mostly concerned with stimuli record as a method, the supplements of the information to incomplete the memories, or rather introspections. So this question may be attributed to the observation that the stimulus sources normally presented in the audio, video, narrative episodes may not be able to produce cognition. So this assumption is consistent with Gass's research in 2001. So when which point out that a record may decay with delayed protocols, because learners may treat a stimulus as a recollection instead of a reflection. So it is therefore plausible that the type of stimulus record in the stimulus used in the stimulus record may stimulate learners' cognitive activities in different ways. So here we discussed with the what is the biofeedback in education. In my part, biofeedback, which include a series of physiological stimuli, has been widely employed to investigate the users' or learners' emotional status when operating many smart devices. So biofeedback make it possible to narrow the gap between the human and machine by computing human affection through the recognition and analysis of humans' physiological signals. We propose that the usage of the biofeedback could benefit the enhancement of the personalized human-computer interaction. So with the increase of the research improvements in the physiological domain, many smart devices and systems has been improved and are being used extensively in different fields of the applications. So among these tools, eye tracking and portable EEG are normally recommended as a method, especially in e-learning settings in higher education domain, due to their portability and economical cost. So as far as eye tracking is concerned, researchers took into consideration seven research themes and 3 eye tracking measurements. So the second items I will talk with you is the measurements of the eye tracking, namely the position of the fixation and the fixation duration. So the position of the fixation is to test the location of learner's interest, and the fixation duration is to examine the extent to which readers focus on the target. And the third is a scanning path. So the scanning path is to explore the reading habits from one point to another, or maybe turn back to the beginning. So all of this provides a promising channel to help connect learners' cognitions to learning outcomes. So the current study in the technology and education often utilize eye tracking techniques to test the online reading activities. For example, some researchers use eye trackers to compare online reading patterns and comprehensions between readers whose reading language is their first language and those whose reading language are the second language. So another study analyzed the readers' scanning path data collected by the eye tracking to explore the ways in which readers view the different features of the different genres or topics in the text document. So we could say the eye tracking is very useful in the online learning context. So here is some experiment conducted in my lab. So look at the right-hand side picture. This is a procedure we conducted in my lab. In the first stage, the Bloom's taxonomy scale and standard EFL reading materials were used to test the homogeneity of the subjects to ensure the quality of the pre-test and the post-test. Both cognitive hierarchy questionnaires. Let me show you. Here's Bloom's cognitive hierarchy instruments. I cited from another published journal paper. So I use this questionnaire to test the students their cognitive hierarchy, and furthermore to minimize psychological interference on the participants. So experiment is to employ a double-blind approach. And here are the procedure. And in the second stage, we use the eye tracking and EEG to capture students' learning behavior. And the eye tracking could visualize there's a learning behavior with the fixation with the heat map. The heat map tell you if here is a red, it means you're focused on it, you shed lights on it. If it's a blue, it means okay, you have you have some fixing on it, but not too much. But if it's green or even is none colors on it, it means you have no interactions with the reading materials. And besides, scanning pass could still with a line to tell you what's your starting point and what's second and what's third and what is the final points. So this visualized eye tracking data would be used as a stimuli for students' retrospection. Some of the reading habits is not good, but the student did not realize it. So we offer them with the eye tracking to let them know it's your habits, it's your eye tracking, it's your eye movements. So your reading habits is not good. So yes, it's not different. It's different from what teachers tell you. What teachers tell you. So students begins to retrospect, to make the comparisons of teachers' instructions and what they really do. And finally, we still conducted the poster test with the same taxonomy, the cognitive hierarchy test, and the reading comprehension test. So the results shows that. Here is how we calculate students' Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's taxonomy was measured by 6 hierarchy. The first is the lowest one, and the 6th one is the highest one. So we give each items different weights on it. If you select the first, means you consider English is only learning. English learning is only a reciting activity. So you will give this a multi-choice. You could select the first one. If you say my understanding of the text based on comparison and the contrast of other materials, okay, that is the second hierarchy. You will choose the second one. So each items will be valued with different weights from 1 to 6, and the final score is the how many items you selected, and the sum of the scale, the sum of the scorings will be averaged, to get the mean value of the total score. So you will get your final scorings, such as these students select the first and second. So, okay, first item you got 1, second items you got 2, and 1 plus 2 is 3, and there's totally 6 items. So, the final score is 0.5. And we select the only one. Okay, the one was the mean value of the mean value. The mean value is only 0.17. So if you select the 1, 2, 3, okay, you got 1, 2, and the 6 scores, and divided into 6. So you got the final score is 1. So this is how we calculate students' cognitive data. So here is this approach is adapted and adopted from published research. All right, so let's look at the final results. We found that we did when this eye tracking used as a stimulus for students' retrospection. As students' cognitive taxonomy and their reading capabilities are still improved. Here is a look at the stage A. Stage A is the pretest is to evaluate students. To evaluate the experimental group and the control group. Okay, so look at the data. It seems that the p-value is insignificant. That means the pretest shows that students are there's no significant difference between the students before the experiment. And after the experiment, we find that the experimental group has a significantly improved, but the control group is still insignificant. So, which means that when eye tracking was used as a stimuli for student retrospection, is really help them to improve their cognitive taxonomy. We can say in terms of their reading capacities, it is still as the same. The experimental group is significantly improved, but the control group is still stay the same. All right, and besides that, we still find very interesting things, and we make the comparisons of the pretest and post-test between the single level and the multi-levels experimental group. So in the first stage, we know this experiment group is have a significant improvements than the control group, but in the group of the experiment, in the experiment group, we still classify into 2 groups. The first is a single level student. The second, multi-level. So what is single level? The single level student means they only choose the times one as their final choice. So sorry here, this table is very long, so I only screenshot part of them. So there's totally 54 students in control group, and the 53 in the experimental group. All right, so many students or half of students choose only one the items as their taxonomy. So the students in single level and the multi-level are averagely is not 50-50, but it's averagely maybe I forgot the exact number, maybe 22 or 23 something. So it's averagely is good, it's comparable. And here is the total number. So the 25 is a single level students, and the 29 is the multi-level students. We find that so the students, the single level students have a significantly improved, but the multi-level students is not. So it tells us that when eye tracking, when used as stimulus for students retrospection, is very effective. But it is only for the student who have a very low, because they choose the single level is a very low cognitive students. But for the multi-level, for example, they choose 1 to 6. So 1 to 6 means the students have very high taxonomy. So for these students, it is insignificant. So that is a very interesting findings. Very interesting findings for our research. All right. So in the control group, we find it is insignificant. It is insignificant. But in the experiment group, we still find the t-value is significant in terms of their reading capabilities. Okay, here are some of the findings or some implications for you. The pre-score and the post-score in terms of the cognitive taxonomy and the reading abilities were compared, and the results shows there were no significant improvements in the post-test outcomes for the control group. So it suggests that the current efforts on the traditional unlearning, autonomous learning are not working. So one possible explanation is that metacognition and critical thinking have a significant positive relationship with self-regulated learning achievements. However, the traditional autonomous learning model sometimes is not flexible. That learners may tend to select the materials in which they were interested in, while ignoring their weakness and shop boards through the reliable feedback. Additionally, from the perspective of the subject, foreign learning environments fail to provide learners with the sufficient input, output, or interaction opportunities. And a higher level of language achievements is difficult to obtain. Without the effective regulation of the learning behavior, and the context of learning outside the classroom. However, so learners using the physiological signals to record their experience in retrospection did facilitate their reading performance and the cognitive hierarchy. So the findings were consistent with some the psychologists' suggestions that biofeedback can be used as an effective method to treat some psychology issues such as attention defect disorder or something. All right, and eye movements data leave students much mental space to re-examine their area of interest and the neglect areas, so which may transform their rigid thinking mode into an open and speculative style. Additionally, the visual scanning path may stimulate them to compare and contrast their previous learning behavior and current retrospection, so which help enhance their cognitive level and learning performance. Secondly, I think students may come across many emotional issues such as a sense of anxiety and helplessness. So in the process of their autonomous learning activities, biofeedback may act as a metacognitive method to help students realize their personalized learning habits and cognitive modes, and to provide retrospection on their personal learning strengths and weaknesses. So this benefits their cognitive structure and the learning habits when studied in the self-directed mode. Thirdly, as mentioned in the students in the experimental group presented their special interest in their biofeedback information as evidence of the learning references. That may be attributed to the fact that learners shows robust belief in their physiological signals, because the signals were real, personalized, and unique to their own learning status. So they were thus willing to adjust their autonomous learning to their personal traits. Yes, and furthermore, the results still shows that the multi-level students had a higher reading comprehension mean scores than that of the single level students scoring in both groups. So, which supports that high order cognitive skills are usually associated with a better performance. However, the results shows that the students in the single level 1 group shows significant enhancement, whereas the multiple level group students shows no significant improvements. So one possible explanation is that biofeedback, such as attention, relaxation, fixation, is superficial and basic information. These have a close relationship with their learning habits, but really a relationship with deep cognitive behavior. So therefore, psychological information may be helpful for some superficial and inappropriate learning behavior, whereas it is difficult to help some multi-level students improve a higher taxonomy. In addition, compared with multi-level students with top-tier language proficiency, single-level students who performed comparatively poor had a larger possibility of making significant improvements. So that is maybe a case here. All right. Okay. So this study has many theoretical and practical implications. And since the time is very limited, so I will leave some of the times for listeners to give some questions. Thank you so much.
Hello, Michael.
Hello.
Yeah, Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Yeah, actually, just I would like to ask a common question. Then
Yeah.
in your education system, I think Chinese language is compulsory. Yeah, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So English is the second language here. Yeah.
Yeah, and also your university is a top 20 university in the world. Then how can give your suggestions to our Indian students? Then they can do better for in education teacher, especially for in teacher education.
Yes, yes. The sample was collected is not at Zhejiang University. It was collected from a normal university. So it's a middle ranking university in China. So I suppose this conclusion and the results is useful for the majority of the students, especially in English as a second foreign language countries. Yeah.
Michael, he wants to ask, like, how China, like your university, has worked so hard. So what kind of things you have done in your education system to improvise and get the good ranking? So that was his question.
Yes.
What kind of reforms you have done in your higher education?
Sorry, so I'm back for a pardon?
He's asking that what kind of reforms in your education system you have.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry for my, I'm not an English speaker, sorry for my listening. Yes, in the current status, in China, the higher education is classified into 3 levels. The first that we call is the C9. C9 is China 9, is the top university, and the governments and some provincial governments will give very special financial supports to them. So, like Zhejiang University, Beijing University, Tsinghua University gets a large sum of monies on supporting them, and the teachers will enjoy many grants here. So we can say the C9 university have very quicker improvements in China, and I suppose Chinese government is purposely constructed this system tries to give a reform that this C9 is like a Windows. It's like a Windows. So if this reform is successful, their experience could be copied by other universities. And besides the large grants here, the financial support for this university. Besides that, the Chinese government is purposely give some I suppose some potential talent programs for this university. For example, the Department of Education in China is will select some talent program like some Changjiang program or something. You know, Professor Huang is involved in the Changjiang program. So if some talent was be granted as some talent program, they still be give much financial support here. So if the university is successful or not, especially in the higher education, it is have much depend on the talent flow, where the talent flow. So in China, the economic is in the east of China, the economic is very is a flourish here. So many talent will move from the west to the east in China. So yes, that is the, I suppose that is the weakness of the program, because if the professors get a very special program from the Department of Education, that means that they could bring many financial supports or many other resources from the Department of Education. So they tries to jump hot from the west to the east. So that is some weakness from this talent program. Yes, and the second level we called there's a 100 universities. We called is a 211. 211 is means that in the 21st century, Chinese government is focused on 100 top universities. Yes, yeah, of course, the C9 is the top 9 in the 100 universities, and the top 11, the top 100 universities still get some financial supports, but it is lower than the C9, and most of the universities will get the support from both the national governments and the provincial governments. Some of the university have their professional fields, such like in industry, in how should I say, in mining, in computer or something. So this university will have a close relationship with some local governments. Yes, they get much help from local governments. Okay, and for the rest of the universities, and their most could be divided in 2 parts. The first is the public university. The other is privacy universities. The public universities, they belong to the same level, but the public universities may still have many benefits than the private university, because in Chinese parents' perspective, they think the university which is be organized by the government is better than the universities organized by the some privacy by some private group or private person. So the Chinese government is purposely to thinking some ways to help the private schools get improvements. For example, when the universities when some professors in university wants to get promotion, isn't it? So if the professors in the privacy schools, they will have a high opportunities for them to get promotion. It's easily in the public schools. So some of the policies will Chinese government is tries to help this private universities get the improvements. In US, the private university is a more high ranking than the public university, because the private university have more they far away from some of the how should I say, governments making many limitations on the universities, but the private university is more free, is have their own thinking ways. The boss may have their own educational ideology or something. So the Chinese government in the current years still tries to help these private universities get improvements. Yeah, so that is what it's a broad view of this the higher education reform. I do not know it is.
I think the best part in Chinese education system is that they have a lot of industrial collaboration. So that's why they have skilled laborers, skilled workers. That's the best part. But in India, we need to improve this industrial collaboration. Until unless, then it will be that definitely helps the economy. But Michael, thank you.
Yeah. My pleasure.
कौशल जी, जैसा कि हम लोग समझ पा रहे हैं कि इनके यहाँ भी चूंकि चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट में कम्युनिस्ट गवर्नमेंट होने के बाद भी इन्होंने भी प्राइवेट लोगों को काफी दिया है।
अभी वहाँ पे चल रहा है।
और इनका ये कहना था कि प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के रैंकिंग हाई है गवर्नमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी के तुलना में।
वो यूएस में है।
ये
सॉरी माइकल, आई एम स्पीकिंग इन हिंदी, आई एम जस्ट एक्सप्लेनिंग समथिंग टू हिम, ओके?
या एक्चुअली
यूएस में जो है, यूएस में आप जितनी भी यूनिवर्सिटीज देखिए, चाहे वो हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी पकड़िए, एमआईटी पकड़िए, जितनी भी सब प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज है, तो उनका इसका माइकल का कहना है कि वहां पे लोगों के पास फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी ज्यादा होता है एज कम्पेयर टू द गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन। तो अभी चाइनीज गवर्नमेंट भी जो क्या कर रहा है, प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूट को थोड़ा प्रमोट कर रहा है कि लोग जो है प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूट को भी जाएं, थोड़ा फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दें। तो यही इसका कहने का है। तो इसके कारण जो है मोर वहां पे डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है एजुकेशन सिस्टम में।
बिल्कुल, हाँ, मतलब ये प्राइवेटाइजेशन की और ये भी हायर एजुकेशन में इनकी गवर्नमेंट भी कर रही है। बिल्कुल। ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर नाइस इंफॉर्मेशन माइकल।
My pleasure.
Yeah.
So I think we can leave now, Mr. President.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Yeah, sure.
Okay, Mike. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Bye.
My pleasure. Yeah, bye.
Yeah, bye. Over to Nusrat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful information and giving us your precious time. Thank you again. Now we are going to introduce another excellent scholar, Dr. Elizabeth Gangme, who has joined NCERT Bhubaneswar as a lecturer in the Department of Education. Also, she is an associate professor in the Department of Education at the Regional Institute of Education, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. I request her to please connect with us and share her views with us. Thank you, ma'am. Over to Gangme, ma'am.
Okay, very good afternoon to all of you. My namaste to all of you, all the viewers.
Welcome, madam. Welcome to this international webinar.
Okay, Dr. Chetlar, thank you so much. Yeah, so all the eminent resource person who are here and the esteemed organizer of this program, the key speaker of this occasion, and my co-speakers and all dear participants. It's a great privilege and honor for me to be among you here today and to speak about the issues of higher education. As the title is saying that it is a prospect and challenges of higher education. So I will be also speaking on the major reform in the higher education, and also on teacher education, because I'm from the I'm a teacher educator. So I'll be touching upon the teacher education aspects. So I'll also like to share a screen. So give me 1 minute. So let me share the screen. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay,
It's
okay,
visible.
okay, fine. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you can go. Okay, so I have already said that my presentation will be based on what are the transformation which are envisaged in the NEP 2020 and also in the teacher education. So as we all know that this NEP 2020 is the first policy of the 21st century, which come on after 34 years of NP 1986 and Program of Action 1992, which come after that. And since long we have been looking forward to this policy, because we all know that changes are happening all around. There are technological changes, there are scientific, and there are even the family structure have changed, there are economic changes. So in all aspects of our life, and especially of the life of the children, there are changes that are happening. So all these changes cannot be it cannot be, how do I say, it cannot be keep aside from what children are learning inside the classroom. And whatever changes that are happening, education has to be in sync with that. It has to have a relation with the changes that is happening. So very much this NEP, or the policy of National Education Policy 2020, is it is very much the need of the hour, and it is an overarching visions and a comprehensive framework. That will happen. And also we are looking forward to the systemic reforms that will be brought in by this NEP 2020. So let me go to the slide, and here let me also first of all talk about what are the pillar of NEP 2020. As you can see, the important pillar which are spelled out in the document of NEP 2020 basically are these. One is access, one is equity, equality, affordability, accountability, and purpose. So these, if you look at the whole document, you can see these are the main objective. These are the main pillars on which this document stands. For example, you see the access. If you look, the elementary education, to some extent, or I should say, most of the access objective has been achieved. A lot of government programs are there wherein it take care of the enrollment and all those retention and all that. So more or less in the school sector, the access has been taken care of. But when it comes to higher education, lots of challenges are there in terms of the access to the higher education institute, and even to the learning itself. So that is why equity is one of the issue which has been addressed very much in the documents. Here when we talk of equity, there are learners who are vulnerable to drop out. There are learners who are usually marginalized from the learning process, or from the whatever that that learning is happening. For example, in equity, there are some important focus, like for example disability, or for example girl child, for example the socially disadvantaged group, like this. So the equity has to be addressed, and that is why the document has talked about this in a different way. It has talk about equity issues. So affordability, even it should be uniformly, like capping of the the fees they have mentioned in the higher education. So there will be a cap in how how the fees will be taken, how the fees will be charged by the private sector, the government sector. All these things are also mentioned there. So equality, accountability in many ways. Higher education will be it will be about nurturance of learners who are accountable, and the system itself will be transparent. It will be accountable to whatever that the learning process that is to be involved. So it is also purpose driven, and the document has talked about lifelong learning, multidisciplinary, integrated. All these are purpose driven. So the document has very elaborately and comprehensively spell out all these objective and the pillar of the policy. And also, if you look at the the main objective of higher education in the NEP 2020, the main objective if you narrow it down, the main objective we can see in three areas. One is to curtail the dropout. So dropout is still very high in the higher education. Many of them are not accessible to what they are learning. They are not accessible to the institutions. Okay, so that is why there are these to curtail that. So the document has talks about many of the structural change and reforms. So one of the main objective is to curtail that dropout that is happening in the higher education. And the other one is to increase gross enrollment ratio. So here specifically they mention that the aims of the document will be to increase the gross enrollment ratio in higher education, including vocational education, from 26.3% in 2018 to 50% by 2035. So the document has mentioned about that. So the the youth, see, India we have we have an asset of demographic dividend. We have a lot of youth in our country. So we have 1/4 of the youth and young adult of the world belongs to India. So the age between 9 to 25 years of 1/4 of the whole world belong to India. So we have a huge human resources. So that is why we have a asset. We have a set of demographic dividend. So for that we need to we need to nurture our potentiality. Our youth are huge resources who will become a pillar to this nation. So one of the the major objective is to increase the gross enrollment ratio. And another thing is to promote skills and competencies. So many a time the content or the curriculum of the institution or higher education institution, if you look at it, it is very theory driven. It is very much content driven without caring for the skills or competencies. So now the document has talked about 21st century skills like coding, okay, like even digital digital skills, okay, and entrepreneurs, communications, like this. So previous resource person has talked about all those technological skills. So our youth has to be equipped with that. So many a time what happen is that our our students, they are very theory concept, they are very good conceptually they are very strong, but when it comes to application, when it comes to doing in the field, when it comes to doing in the practical, reality, they are unable to do it. They are unable to implement their skills. So here the document is, one of the objective is that to build the to promote the skills and competencies of learners or an individual. So again, another thing, very quickly, I'll try to go through some major reforms which has been discussed in the documents. One is very clearly it talks about multidisciplinary education. So see, in the documents it says that there will be three levels of higher education institution. One is a multi-disciplinary educational university. One is and then the other one is teacher intensive university, and the other one is autonomous body, okay, autonomous institutions. So here in the multidisciplinary institutions, here it talks about the flexible curriculum. See, flexible curriculum itself, if there is no flexible curriculum, we cannot think of multidisciplinary education. If you want to make the the structure to be a composite structure or a multidisciplinary education, it has to be very much flexible. There cannot be a compartmentalization of disciplined compartmentalization of subjects. It cannot be rigid. That is what it says. So there will be a flexible curriculum for which students will be able to take the creative combination of subjects. So a person of physics may also like to take a fine arts. A person of PCM or CBZ, the person of science background may also like to take psychology. If they are going to become a teacher in a science subjects. So if they want to become a teacher, then they need to also learn, apart from their subject, they need to also learn psychology. They need to learn communications like this. So such kind of flexibility will be given in the structure of the multidisciplinary education. So here the main thrust is that the main thrust of is that to end it, the document also talks about how the challenges of Indian education system is a fragmentation. This is one problem which we are facing since long. It is fragmented. There is no network in different organizations of teacher education also. So somebody is speaking. Kanak lata, yeah. Okay. So okay, so see, many a time in the teacher, I give you example also, many a time in teacher training institute also, when we go for a internship, see, it is very important and very convenient and appropriate if we establish a network with schools, since from pre-plan. Okay, so we need to have a network with the school. We need to have network with the SCRT. We need to have network with the DIET. We need to also have a network with the university education department. We need to have a network with the block resource center. We need to have a network with the community members. Then it is very conducive and very meaningful and appropriate when we are training the prospective teachers. So such kind of integration, such kind of coming together under one body, it will be very important, and it will be very significant for for the learners. That is what is one of the major area which has been dealt with here. The second area is a certification. So in the certification, as you can see from the document, that there will be there will be multiple entry and multiple exit option will be there. So in the certification, for example, undergraduate, for example, first year, if they want to exit, then they will be given certificate. Second year, if they after second year, it will be advanced diploma. If they want to leave due to certain reason, maybe due to financial constraint or any other problem, if they want to leave, then they will be given a certificate. After 3 years, it will be bachelor degree. But if they want to pursue research, or if they want to pursue post graduation, then fourth year they will be taking bachelor degree with the research. So such kind of options will be there as spelled out in the document. And also one very good thing is that of academic bank of credit. So there will be digital banking, wherein the child, whatever they have learned. See, we are a product of students where, after I when suppose I am in, I have taken admission in BA, BA first year, I could not complete, I could not give exam. So next year, if I have to start then again from the beginning, if I drop from in second year, third year, again I have to start. So that will not be there here. The whatever credit you have got, that you can take forward from the credit that has been already there in the individual profile. That is what it says. So it talks about individual portfolio and profiles, which are also very very how do it's forward looking. It's very much forward looking, and it will be very learner friendly and useful for the students. But the also there will be a challenge, no doubt there will be a challenges, but of course, if it can be done, if the implementation, it goes well with the implementation, it will bring a transformation for the learners. And the other important reform is in open and distance learning. In the open and distance learning, it talk about how online learning, alternative learning will be given. So for example, now we are in a pandemic situation. All of us are taking class through online. So this has come a very significant alternative for us when we cannot meet face to face. So such kind of open and distance learning, where students will to curtail the dropout, for example. So if I cannot go in this way, then another student services are there, where they can also join it through the online or open and distance learning. That is also one important aspects. Okay, and then also see, another important reform is in the area of mentoring mission. So this is also something significant here. It talks about that. So mentoring is something which the education system, even in the teacher education system, this mentorship has to be. We have used this mentorship in our organization, but this has to be used in larger aspects, and mentorship, scaffolding the students, guiding them wherever they need. So all this kind of see when there is a faculty crunch, when there is a when we are so much in need of teachers who who have all the experiences and all the expertise, so they can be they can be used, or I can say their services can be used for as a mentor for particularly in teacher education. This is very important, which is very crucial. Okay, so that is why this is one of the what the policy has spoken out. And in the admission, as we all know, that the committee has sorry, the policy has mentioned about NTA. So it will be a common, even for the teacher education, it will be common like any other higher education institution, that the admission will be conducted by the National Testing Agency. And then as per under the admissions, 3.5 crore seats to be added to higher education institutions. So single entrance exam for all the higher education subjects except the medical and legal. So these are some very, very ambitious, but it will be very challenging, I know, but if it can be done, then it will bring some systemic reform and changes for the education system, particularly in the higher education and the teacher education. So now I come to the teacher education. So teacher education, as we all know, if teacher education is set right, many things will become all right. So teacher education is it's very, very important. That is why the Kothari Commission has say about teacher education. It says that the destiny of the nation is created or make in the classroom. So if even the Secondary Education Commission have says that you can see the ethos of the society by looking at the how education is treated, or how education is taken care of in the society. So teacher education is it's a the most effective agent of changes in the society. And for inclusive growth of the nation, we have to take care of the teacher education. So that has been taken into serious consideration in the policy also. So that is why there are some recommendations, changes which has been written in the teacher education. At the same time, also there are challenges in the teacher education in our country. So that is what Justice Verma Commission have talked about, that there are no doubt problems, variations, faculty shortages, and infrastructural problems, regulatory and monitoring. All these kinds of problems are there in the teacher educations. And we need also to attract the right kind of person who is passionate enough to become a teachers. So all these problems are there, no doubt. But I think the change has to start now. We have to the change has to start, and it has to start from all of us. And then we have to set right the teacher education. So here under the teacher education, um, the NEP has also very importantly take care in the sense that they have mentioned, they have touched upon the recruitment, the deployment, the service condition, the quality, the motivation aspects in the NEP. It talks about that. And it also admits that teacher truly save the future. The status of teacher is very important. And if we take care of the teacher educations, many things will be at the right directions. That is what the policy also talks about. So here some of the reforms here we can see in the national education policy. Some of them are new and comprehensive national curriculum framework for teacher education will be developed by 2021. Mm, we have 2009. NCFT 2009 is there. So the next initiative will be to bring out comprehensive curriculum framework for the teachers in 2021. That is what is the target it's talking about here. So likewise, like for example, stand-alone teacher education will not be allowed, and stand-alone teacher education will be slowly it has to be wiped out. And then setting up of national mission for mentoring with a large pool of outstanding or retired faculty. That is what mentoring mission that I have already mentioned in the previous slides. And also for becoming a teachers, only educationally sound multidisciplinary and integrated teacher program will be available to train the teachers. So these are some of the few recommendations, we should say, are plan of actions which has been mentioned in the national education policy. And if you look at the approach to teacher education, here in the document we can see that the first thing is that the move will become multidisciplinary. See, the professional education, including teacher education, will be under the higher education institution. So these are under a professional education, but this also will come under the higher education institution. This will be set up in the composite structure, composite campus. And in this multidisciplinary education institute, the aim is that to set up this multidisciplinary education institution in every district or nearby the district. That is what it says. So this teacher education institute also will be within that, and it will take care of the pre-service as well as the in-service teacher education program. So even the continuous professional development also will be taken care of. And then time tested and recent technique, all these things are also very correctly mentioned and very importantly cited in the documents. So these are some of the few changes which are cited. And another important area of teacher education is continuous professional development. So under the continuous professional development, so also see, as a teacher as a teacher is always a learners. If you don't learn, then you become stagnant, and you need to keep on growing, and your professional development is very, very important. That is being recognized by the policy also. That is why it talks of this continuous professional development through numbers of ways where teacher has to participate at least 50 hours of continuous professional development every year. So based on their latest pedagogy, based on the foundational subject, based on the interest, likewise. So this this professional development, continuous professional development, it may be in the local level, it may be regional level, it may be international, or it may be through the online modules provided by different organizations. But teacher need to keep on learning, update themselves, and continue to involve in a research program also as well, and then learn. Try to learn from whatever recent research findings or research endeavors that is taken, or and try to involve oneself in the recent technological, for example, technological advancement that is there. So teacher, see, now if you look at the situation that we are facing now, if a teacher doesn't know how to use a technological basic technological applications, then it is not possible for a teacher to take an online class and then assemble resources from the the internet, or all these things. So it's very important that teacher continue to update oneself, continue to update self in the for becoming effective and efficient teacher in the classroom. And also another important area is that there are some suggestions which are given in the even for all PhD entrant that required to take credit based on so teaching will be important part of those scholars who will be enrolled as a scholars. So they should be able to they should learn about pedagogy and content. For example, many a time we find that many of the teachers doesn't know how to the connect between the content and pedagogy. So how to do assessment, authentic assessment, how to do portfolio assessment. So there are many areas which a teacher has to update oneself, and for that the continuously we need to learn. And then even if you are very content, if you are very strong in a subject area, if you don't know how to connect to the pedagogy, if you don't know how to manage the classroom, if you don't know how to observe the psychology of the learners, if you don't know how to continuously see the the emotional growth of the child, if you don't know how to nurture the mental health of your students, so it is very challenging for the teachers. So that is why, as a scholars, even for the scholars, even for they need to have an exposure to such kind of pedagogical practices, or in designing curriculum. If you look at the curriculum designing and curriculum development, only few people will know how to develop a curriculum, how to develop. See, that is where we are lacking. That is where we are finding it so difficult, because curriculum is something which a teacher has to be well versed of, or a scholar has to know about it. So if you so that is why practical and theory, there used to be a lacking. Curriculum has been framed in this way, but the application is going into the other direction. So such kind of things are happening. That is why, even if the theoretically very sound, theoretically very it's very nice to listen to, but when it is practiced in classroom, when it is practiced in when we actualize it in reality, we used to miss the objective. So that those kind of things has to be taken care of, and this has been indicated, and it has been recommended in the NEP. So also I would like to say that some few observation that I have. So so the status of the teachers is one very important area. So where teachers teaching is also very much a professions like any other professions, engineering or medical or like that. So sometimes, but what happen is that teacher, if we say teachers, the kind of self image that we have, the kind of status that we have in the society, it's not like how we perceive. It's not like any other profession. So that kind of changes has to be there, and for that also we need to attract all people who have the capability, people who are very passionate enough to come into the teaching professions. So all this status and image of teacher in the society have to be, there must be some changes in how we look at the teachers. And also irrespective of the kind of, just now I say that professional development, professional training of teachers. So irrespective of the durations, it has to take care of important aspects like classroom observations, like classroom learning, managing the classroom. So all these things are very important. And also some of the challenges which already I have told is more linkages with school and community. So this is one of the weakness that our education system have. So we should strive for more linkages, networking. Very strong networking is we need to have a dynamic in all the important organization, or we need to have a strong networking with the people, to the stakeholders of educations. And also so there must be a interdisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary approach, cross-disciplinary approach. So interchanging of opinions, all these things make a teacher grow. So reflective, teacher has to have that reflective practitioners, that you need to keep on ventilating your idea also, and take other opinions on how you how you grow as a teacher, how you fine tune yourself in your teaching learning process. All this are also very important. So, and now the NEP has recommended many important areas. Now the thing is that we need to draw a very clear roadmap now to transform the way teachers are positioned. So the roadmap, if the roadmap is good, then the implementation and the outcomes will also be very good. So the roadmap, it has to start from us. It has to start from all of us. So that so we have to collaborate with each other. We have to work together for the transformations that we desire of. Okay. And also in the teacher education, we need to have a need-based, network-based system to support each other, to continue to grow each other as a teachers. And in the post-COVID era, we see that the way we perceive teacher education, or the way we perceive the classroom may also change. So you see many things. The situation has changed us. So perhaps teachers in this pandemic time or after pandemic, we need to continue to be a counselor. We need to continue to be a comforter. We need to continue to be a mentor, a scaffolder, guide. So teaching, we used to say that teaching profession is a noble profession. It's noble profession because teacher usually play a very multiple role. So that is why that is why what I have said already, that if teacher education is taken care of, if teacher education is set right, then many things will be set right. So that is what is my presentation as of now. If there is any questions, I will be happy to take it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your excellent opinion and great information about Education Policy 2020. Thanks again for giving us your valuable time to us. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Now we are going to connect with
Excuse me,
another gem
just
of education.
please. Any person who like to ask some questions to Gangme madam, please ask her. Anybody who like to ask any questions? Participants, you are requested, please, you have any question, then ask to our eminent speakers, and then leave your messages to the chat box.
Anyone has any question to ma'am?
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yeah,
Yes,
audible. You're audible, Pankaj. Dr. Pankaj, go ahead.
Yeah, ma'am. I'm Dr. Pankaj Chaudhary from Maharashtra, ma'am. I'm assistant professor in Deemed to be University. I'm
Okay.
handling open and distance learning. So presently, what I'm looking, ma'am. Actually, my question is, in the present area, new education policies there. It is formed also and will be regulated soon. But, ma'am, who the people, or we can say student, who have a specific goal. So how can they set their career in the various methodology or various multiple specialization if government will be providing?
Okay, as far as I understand about your questions, see, every individual have their potentiality, some aptitude. Every person has aptitude, no doubt about that. That is what is also your concern. In spite of that, see, we need to also, take care of other important areas to build up on our aptitudes. So in order to see, that is what I say, that see, many a time a person may be very good in their subject, but they are lacking in socializing, they are lacking in the emotional development. So for holistic development, even if the person may be pursuing one specific area, but still then they need to also learn many other important aspects for the holistic development of the person. So you see, directly indirectly, it also help in developing their specialized area. So that is why going one single track will not be, it may not bring the holistic development. So that is why we need to, we need to also see that, see, if even cognition is very good, learning is very good, but emotionally you are not very secure. So that is why you need to also see that you need to learn from other aspects. Dr. Pankaj, is it all right?
Yeah, ma'am. So what do you mean by holistic approach, ma'am? That means I didn't get it.
Human beings, we have different domains in us. See, we have cognitive domains, we have affective domains, so psychomotor domains. So physical growth is one thing, emotional growth is one thing. Okay, so cognition growth is one thing. So it has to grow together. See what Mahatma Gandhi said in education. Mahatma Gandhi said that body, mind, and the spirit, this has to grow. Your body has to grow, you have to be healthy, your mind has to also, you need to also grow as spiritually. So, and you also need to have emotional growth and socializing with others. So the body, the mind, and the spirit, this has to go together. The head, the heart, and the hand, these three has to be connected. So these are the holistic developments. Yeah.
It is just exactly what I listened from you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you for the question.
Now, anyone has any question? Those who are connecting with us?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I Shweta
Yes.
Kumari. I
Yes.
want to ask that what challenges would be faced by the teachers after the implementation of the NEP 2020 and how to deal with the students?
What problem will we face by teacher after NEP? Actually, the NEP is trying to, trying to, how do I say, bring change and reforms so that teacher will not face the problem. Teacher need to update oneself. Teacher need to, technology for technology they have. Teacher need to also learn. Teacher need to be, keeping update oneself with the sociological, political, economical, all these things teacher need to learn. Teacher need to keep update oneself. In fact, the policy is trying to address many area wherein teacher will not and student will not face problems. That is the thing. Yeah. Is it all right?
Yes, ma'am, it is all right. Actually, some of the students always have a query about this, that would we take the different subjects or like this, means they have misconception about the technology. That's why I have asked that would we have to
Okay.
face the same?
Okay.
That's why.
See,
Okay.
there are also some student who says that, okay, if I'm from science background, or if I could have taken psychology, it would have been so good for me to become a teacher, because as a teachers I need also to learn about the psychology of the my students in the classroom. So there are also students who say that, okay, that I should have learned, I should have find, I may be a science student, but I'm very good in the fine arts area. So that also is there. So for that they, it's very beneficial for them.
Hello.
Ajay Babu.
Yes, madam. Good evening, madam.
Good
Madam, I
evening.
just want to know that what are the different provisions to improve quality of teacher education in national education policy? What are the different provision? Yeah, how NEP? What recommendations of NEP in teacher education? That what should be
Teacher
new things?
Okay, teacher, the NEP has said that the the stand alone um, uh, teacher education institution will not be allowed. By 2030, all should have a 4-year B.Ed integrated, minimum entry should be 4-year B.Ed integrated degree. And then also all these renowned person will be used as a mentor when you go for internship or for any phase of your teacher teaching programs. These are some of the things which are mentioned here. Yeah. Ajay?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Hmm.
Ma'am, Arunima ma'am wants to ask one question.
Okay, please go ahead, Arunima.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
And ma'am, thank you so much, ma'am. You added so nicely to our knowledge area regarding what is NP and contribution of NP. Really, with
Thank
the
you.
implication of NP, we are
Okay.
going. But ma'am, so ma'am, according to you, ma'am, like in in the area of teacher education, like
Yes.
according to NP, that now we have to go for only integrated teacher education course. So and with the innovative pedagogy, ma'am, like what type of this innovative pedagogy, like being a teacher educator, what kind of innovative pedagogy we should take up or we should implement in our B.Ed curriculum so that we have certain fruitful result, ma'am?
Pedagogy is the strategies that is being used in the teaching learning process. No? So innovative in the sense like in the classroom, the whatever teaching strategies that you're going to use, it should be according to the aptitudes and the needs of the learners. It should be contextualized. It should be valid for the learners. So you cannot stick to one uniform way of teaching, using the teaching strategy in the classroom. So see, authentic tasks, hands-on experience, experiential modes, and using portfolio assessment. So all these things will be implemented in the in the classroom. So you see, it will be based on the the practical experience of the learners. What is what is good in the north side may not be good for the south. What is very effective for the west may not hold true for the eastern region. So it has to be very much contextualized. It has to be according to the aptitude. It has to be according to the diverse learners in the classroom. So all these are the innovative practices.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
ma'am.
we
Really,
cannot.
ma'am.
Hello. Yeah, anybody like, hello, any other participants who like to ask any more questions from Madam Gangami Madam?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I would like to ask a question.
Yeah, who is this?
Please go ahead.
Yes.
Sir, it's Anurag.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
Anurag Pandey, yes.
Ma'am, why we have to strengthen the teacher network-based system?
Teacher network based system, because sharing is knowledge has to be shared, and we need to collaborate to each other. So we need to learn from each other what best work you have done. I also want to learn what I have done. You also need to learn. Okay, so we can learn from each other. See, when we say knowledge, if you don't share, it is not a knowledge. So we need to network to each other. We need to work together. And in other aspects, networking means, see, from different organizations are there who are working for teacher education. Even the university education department or teacher education department are working for it. Even for NEOPA is working, even NCRT is working, even SCRT is working for teacher education. So NIOS is working. So many organizations are working together. So, but many a time we do not connect to each other. So this, we need to have a networking. We need to work together. So networking and collaborating and cooperating each other is very important to learn about the success story of each other, and to see that these are the possible things that is happening, so that I can also I can also practice such thing with my improvising on that. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I just want to ask another. Now, what
Okay.
benefit student will get after that net socialization means?
After
What?
networking, what benefit you will get?
Yes, ma'am.
You will have a better outcomes. You will have a broader outlooks. You will you will share each other. You will not be isolated. You will know what other people are practicing. You will have a broader understanding of the trends and the status of the practices that is happening around you, in the national, in the international, in the state level. So it will help you to grow. It will help you to know the trends that is happening. Teachers cannot remain static or rigid. We need to grow. We need to learn from each other and know what is happening around us. So it will help you grow. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your time, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Yeah, for the question.
Thank you again, ma'am, for connecting.
Hello. Please, ma'am, can I ask one question, please?
Okay, you can.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, some students are not interested in take online classes. They are not satisfied. What we can do as a teacher? They are take online class.
Okay. So this is a very common problems that happen. Many students are not interested and not serious enough. See, there is nothing like face to face. Okay, no doubt about that. No doubt about that. But one thing I can suggest to you is that you may be using different different technique or approaches. Okay, maybe you are using it. So try to make it more try to make it more interesting for the learners, by using different kind of attention seeking and attractive way of showing, so that they will get, depends on the class that you are taking. So you can choose you can find out what are the area of interest of these children. So yes, and also involve them, give them some tasks, give them some group work, let them do work, let them get involved. Those who are least interested, give them responsibility, make
Yes,
them
ma'am.
a group leader, and show them some important, very exciting video, show them short documentary, show them some short films, yeah, some
Yes, ma'am.
exciting films, and also involve those who are, those who seem to be not interested, identify them and give them some responsibility. If you give your attention, if they know that they are identified, if they know that they are given importance, they may perhaps become more interested. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this
Yeah.
brief suggestion.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good
Me Manoj
afternoon.
from Jamshedpur.
Okay, you look familiar.
Yeah, I'm your student, ma'am, from RI.
No, I think you are also some principal or something.
Yeah, I'm here as an associate professor in Kulhan University.
Oh, great, great, great. Yeah.
Madam,
Yeah.
one question regarding NP.
NEP or NP? NEP or NP?
NEP.
Yeah, it is NEP. Yeah.
Yeah, it is talking about there is a 4-year integrated course. And simultaneously, it is also talking about 1-year B.Ed also. So
Yeah,
how?
it says 3 level, no, depending on if you pass class 12, then that will be this. If you are graduate, then like that. So there are 3 levels. 3 levels.
What about the 1-year B.Ed? Who can go for 1-year B.Ed?
If you pass, if you're graduate or if you're PG, it will be 1 year, no?
Yeah, so what about a later on 2-year B.Ed will be running and 1 year also running?
Depend on the kind of that educational depend on the level that you have finished, the level that you have finished.
Who can go
See,
for
when
1
you
year?
when you say integrated, BSc B.Ed and BA B.Ed integrated means after class 12 they come here. We NCERT have since long back we have integrated course of BA B.Ed and BSc B.Ed. So those who pass class 12 they come here, so it will be 4-year integrated now. And also we have B.Ed course, 2-year B.Ed course. 2-year B.Ed course means those who graduate.
And 1-year B.Ed?
1-year B.Ed perhaps it may be postgraduate.
It is not clear, ma'am. It is not clear in
Somehow we
NEP.
have to. Yes, correct. You are right. Yeah, that's true.
So many times I asked this question, I have not got the correct answer.
But there are 3 levels. You look again the 3 levels.
Yeah, I have gone through. I have gone through it.
Yeah.
But problem is that it is not clear regarding who can go for 1-year B.Ed. And that institution is not running in India right now.
That can be debated. That debatable points. You are right, Manoj Kumar. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Nice to hear you, ma'am. Thanks.
Nice to see you too. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Nice presentation.
Even I will keep in mind what you have asked, and then let me. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. You are asking some valuable questions.
Thank you again, ma'am. Thank you for connecting us and giving your great and excellent information about the education system policy 2020. Now we are going to connect with another gem of education, Dr. Somnath Sinha. He has completed MSc from University of Bardhaman, MA from Visional Institute of Education, Utkal University, PhD from Science Education, University Missouri, Columbia. He has joined as lecturer in Science Education, University of Columbia, California, USA. So we would like to request you, sir, please join with us.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon and namaste. सबसे पहले तो like I'm honored to all of you to give me this chance to speak in front of everybody. And it's kind of like a great honor because, I'm saying like my professor, Dr. Elizabeth Gangmi was my professor, and Ajay was my friend there in RIE. So, and Dr. Manoj Kumar also, like, yeah. So thank you again for the honor, and it's a great pleasure to see everybody. Yeah, so today I'll be talking about, I don't have like much information about national educational policy, uh, which is being devised in India now. But definitely I do have my experience like based on teacher education here in US. And based on that, I can say that the way it's different here in US, and because I am a product of RI. I did my 4-year BSc BEd there, and then I did my MEd also there. So I know so RI is one of the premier institute back in India for teacher education. So the example, the way we are taught there, and now what I'm experiencing as a faculty member here, the way we prepare our pre-service teachers, there are definitely some stark differences. So we can talk about that later on, once I finish my some PowerPoint presentation. So today I'll be talking about, just let me share the screen. Just hold on a second, please. Okay, so one thing I would be talking about, so I am a science educator. So so I teach normally like science methods classes here for pre-service teacher education. And one of the things we talk about is and again, uh, I, re I really hate giving lectures. So I will try to make it as interactive as possible. And I would request everybody to participate in it. Okay, so yeah, just give your comments, just give your suggestions, just give your views, and try to make it as participatory as possible. So okay, so today I'm planning to talk about next generation science standards. So these are the science standards where the K through 12 school here in US, they follow these standards. Like all the school curriculum in science, the school science books or the laboratory curriculum, they follow these standards. So, and in teacher education courses, we make sure that our pre-service teachers are well versed with these standards, so that when they go back into their classroom, they can kind of teach this type of standards to their fullest extent. And these are the standards which are kind of obviously needed by the US government to all the students through K through 12, they should meet these standards. So for example, okay, so one of the questions I would start with, and there are a lot of participants, and mainly my question will be directly to our pre-service teacher friends, okay, so what do you think, why do we teach science to our students? So what should be our vision of science education? Why would we teach science to our students? Again, I'm asking to my pre-service teachers friends, okay, what do you think? What are your ideas? What is the reason of teaching science to our students?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, hi. Hi, Ajay.
Actually, what I think the aim of teaching science is to develop scientific attitude or to develop the logical reasoning among students, as well as to improve their logical power and logical power to judge that what is wrong and what is right. I think this is the aim of science education
Exactly. Yeah, and thank you. Yeah. That's the exact reason. Means because sometimes we use different words for those things, like logical reasoning, or just reasoning, or creativity, or innovation, or scientific inquiry. But the core of the matter is that okay, so we are teaching science to make our students think like scientists. And how do students think like scientists? And sorry, how do scientists think? Scientists think by using their logical ability, by their reasoning ability, by using their comprehensibility, by being creative, by trying to not just blindly believe something, not just by assuming something, but more so trying to kind of base their any decision they take based on some evidences. So based on some logical reasoning. So that is definitely one of the broader aim or broader goal of science education. So, okay, while talking about NGSs, so the vision of science education, according to like US academicians here in US, so the vision of science education is that like, so all, as all you can see, like, so all students over multiple years, and I'm sorry, like I'm reading from the slide. I should not be doing that, but like this is very much like, it should be literally understood. That's why I'm just reading word by word. So all students over multiple years of school actively engage in science and engineering practices and apply cross-cutting concepts to deepen their understanding of the core ideas in these fields. So this is the vision of school science education. So now some of the things, what you will be seeing, the important things here are, see, just focus on these words. So we want our school students to engage in science and engineering practices. Okay, what are science and engineering practices? We'll talk about it later. And then apply cross-cutting concepts. Cross-cutting concepts, okay, what are cross-cutting concepts? We'll talk about it later. So, and to deepen their understanding of the core ideas in these fields. So basically, if you see, so why would we teach science to our students? So बच्चे को science क्यों पढ़ाएंगे? ताकि जब वो class 1 से लेके class 12 तक पढ़ के क्या करेगा? वही पढ़ के करेगा कि उन लोगों को engage करना होगा, उन लोगों को scientific और engineering practices के through उनको engage करके उनका जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, चीज समझने की जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, जो थियोरिटिकल फ्रेम, जो फ्रेम के थ्रू वो कोई भी चीज समझते हैं कि बायोलॉजी में ये क्यों हो रहा है, साइंस में एक्शन रिएक्शन क्यों होता है, केमिस्ट्री में ये वाला रिएक्शन इसके साथ ऐसे क्यों होता है। तो कोई भी चीज, कोई भी कॉन्सेप्चुअल चीज को समझने के लिए उनको जो कॉन्सेप्ट की जरूरत होती है, उस फ्रेमवर्क को क्रॉस कटिंग कॉन्सेप्ट बोलते हैं। उस चीज के तहत हम लोग को डिपेंडिंग अंडरस्टैंडिंग जो कोर आइडियाज, जो फिजिक्स साइंस के जो कोर आइडियाज हैं, फिजिक्स हो गया, केमिस्ट्री हो गया, बायोलॉजी हो गया, यहाँ पर अर्थ साइंस बोलता है, अर्थ साइंस हो गया, और साथ में इंजीनियरिंग को भी जोड़ा गया। यहाँ पे इंजीनियरिंग को समझने के लिए इन सब चीजों की जो जरूरत है, वही हमारा साइंस एजुकेशन का व्यू। तो इसके तहत so based on this view of actually science education, so we came up with this next generation science standards. So the base of this next generation science standard is like this vision for science education. So what are next generation science standards? So these are like K through 12 science education standards. I told you earlier only. So these are school science standards through which like we want our students to attain these standards. And every student should engage in disciplinary core ideas through the integration of science and engineering practices while making connections to cross-cutting concepts. Again, like going back to my previous slide, I told you like there are three new terms here. So disciplinary core ideas, science and engineering practices, and cross-cutting concept. So this is the framework, like for the NGSs, we have like 3 dimensions, and those 3 dimensions are as like told earlier. So those are the dimension 1 is science and scientific and engineering practices, cross-cutting concepts, and disciplinary core ideas. Anybody, किसी को भी पता है कि what would be like scientific and engineering practices? Any idea? Means, and again, there's no right or wrong answer. What do you think? And I understand that it might be a new thing for like, I don't think in India we still integrate scientific and engineering practices, but I don't know about the new education policy, they are integrating it or not. But again, like just to, as I said, like I will not just be talking, so I want some participation from your end also. So what do you understand by scientific and engineering practices? Any idea? Okay, so let me continue. Yeah, if anybody has like any comments, anything about any understanding about scientific and engineering practices? Okay, let's move ahead. So the scientific and engineering practices. So this is the dimension 1 for like NGSs. So scientific and engineering practices are basically like the skills and behaviors which scientists and actual engineers follow in their professional life. तो बच्चे को साइंस क्यों पढ़ाना है? साइंस हमको इसलिए पढ़ाना है क्योंकि ताकि वो आगे जाके साइंटिस्ट बन सके. It's a straightforward thing. Like, okay, why are you teaching science? We are teaching science so that our students can think like scientists. They can understand the work of scientists and actually finally be scientifically literate and maybe to some extent become scientists also. So those are the basic reasons we are teaching science. And the NGSs, what they have done, they have not only integrated the scientific practices, but they're also talking about engineering. So it's not only science, but also engineering. So scientific and engineering practices are like the practices and the skills which actual scientists and engineers follow or practice in their real life, in their day-to-day life, in their day-to-day profession. The second dimension is like cross-cutting concepts. So cross-cutting concepts are lenses through which we kind of like understand things, through which like students tries to understand, tries to make sense of science. And the reason it's said cross-cutting concept because it is kind of like irrespective of any subject in science. Either it is physics, it's chemistry, it's biology, or anything else, or earth science, anything, irrespective of the subject. These are kind of like the framework, or these are the lenses through which students try to make sense of what they're understanding in science, or what understanding in science, or what they're trying to learn in science. So these are, for example, like say, such as like one of the ideas such as patterns and cause and effect. So cause and effect is a theoretical or kind of like a theoretical lens through which students tries to make sense of what they are learning. So you can use cause and effect in physics also. If you are teaching physics, you have to, in order to help the students understand the concepts of physics, you have to take help of like cause and effect relationship. Okay, so every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So cause and effect. If there is an action, the effect would be some reaction. Okay, and same thing, say, if you're teaching biology, there is cause and effect. Okay, how does photosynthesis occur? So one of the main aspect feature of photosynthesis is like sunlight, the sunlight falling on the leaves. So, okay, one of the cause of photosynthesis is that presence of sunlight, and that sunlight falling on the leaves. So, and in chemistry also, suppose if you're teaching Charles' law or Boyle's law, okay, why does this happen? Why does the pressure increases with the gas? Or we increase the volume of the gas and we keep a certain amount of gas and we decrease the volume, and then the pressure increases. So what happens? So again, there is cause and effect. So these and that's what. So these cross-cutting concepts are the themes or lenses through which the students kind of like make sense of like what they're learning, what conceptual understanding they're doing, and they're trying to comprehend in science. And the reason, again, as I said, it is called cross-cutting concept because it cuts across like all the disciplines of science. And disciplinary core ideas are nothing but like those are just like the subjects in various subjects through in which we have broken science to. Like, for example, in US, they talk about like physical science, life science, earth and space science, and they have also added engineering, technology, and application of science. So those are the disciplinary core ideas. So now we were talking of like scientific and engineering practices. So these are the scientific and engineering practices, and like the way they are defined as it is in this way. So as I said, like if you guys remember like what is scientific and engineering practices, I said that scientific and engineering practices are like actually like what the real scientists and real engineers, whatever they do in their professional life, their skills and behaviors. So these are the actual things they do in their professional life, like in day-to-day life when they're working professionally or solving some problem. So asking questions and defining problems, developing and using models, planning and carrying out investigations. So here models means like a model of like say solar system model, or model of like any particular, and again like there are different types of models also, but like let us just like take the very simple thing like any say model of photosynthesis. Planning and carrying out investigation. This is very important because as science students, and this is the thing, like I think like this is what, based on my experience back in India, like when I was a student or when I was a school student or even undergraduate students, or even not only undergraduate students, I did my MSc in University of Bardhaman. So even as a graduate student also, we were not exactly planning and carrying out investigations. everybody has practiced lab, right? In India, like everybody, not only in India, like any science student anywhere in the world, we do have to do some laboratory activities. So actually, in real sense, how do we do labs? So we just like take the copies from our senior, or even if we don't take the copies from our senior, we just get like, okay, the professor will come and he or she will give some certain steps to carry out our lab. We do this, we mechanically follow those steps and take down our observation, note down our observation, make a graph, and everything will be written. Everything will be written step by step. And these are the things you are supposed to do. And then finally we get like the same graph which everybody else has got, and then write the report in same way, and then just give it. But is that the way actually scientists do science? Do you really think they do it in that way? Do like real scientists, when they are trying to discover something, or they are trying to investigate something, do they really get that step-by-step process by somebody? Do they get those step-by-step the process in the lab? Do they really know what data to collect, or what type of data to collect, and to which variables to be like kind of, which would be independent variable or which would be dependent variable, or what variables to kind of affect or change? In real life, scientists don't get those. As scientists, you have to figure out by yourself. Like okay, so this is my challenging question, this is my question, this might be, this is my problem, then how do I solve it? Now, as a scientist, you yourself will have to come up with all these things, like, okay, what type of data to collect, how to design my experiment. And even after designing my experiment, I know what data to collect. Even if after knowing what data to collect, how would I analyze my data? So nobody is there to tell that scientist, okay, you should do it in this. So the scientist have to come up with their own ways of data collection, data analysis, and designing their experiment, which is very different from the way we practice science in our laboratories. That's one of the stark difference. And if you're talking about like preparing through science education, preparing future generation of scientists, they need to focus on these things. We need to help them plan and carry out their investigations. It should not be the mechanical following of steps in a laboratory environment, and just like we actually don't do experiments, we just repeat them. And the other practices being like analyzing and interpreting data, which I already talked about, and yeah, use maths and develop explanations and engage in argument from evidence. Yeah, this is very important. One of the important thing in science is that like, okay, you have to develop, and that's what Ajay was talking about earlier, logical thinking, logical ability, logical reasoning. So that's where this engaging in argument from evidence come from. So as a student, as a scientist, or as a science students, we have to have our students develop those logical skills. And as science educators, we have to understand how to develop those logical skills, how to develop, like how to engage them in argument with from evidence. That means like if they are telling something, if they're claiming something, then they should back it up by evidence. It's not that, okay, this is what happens, like the value of G is 9.8 something something. Okay, then the student has to prove it. Okay, show me how the value of G is 9.8. Same thing. So that should be, as a teacher educator, we have to take kind of like all these things into consideration, that our pre-service teachers, or like our would-be teachers, they should understand like, okay, how to translate these things in the classroom. Okay, coming back to the second dimension. The second dimension was cross-cutting concepts. And again, I said that like those are the theoretical frameworks through which kind of you kind of try to understand like the various concepts in science. And like these are like the pattern, cause and effect, structure and function, stability and change. Yeah. And the third dimension is your core ideas. I already talked about like core ideas. So core ideas are basically like the way, like the actual subject of science is divided into. So it has been divided into 4 aspects, like physical science. So basically in physical science, we have both physics and chemistry, life sciences, biology, and then earth and space science. And another important thing added in this NGS is engineering, technology, and application of science. And I'm not sure in India, like it has still they're still adding, like, or they have added it yet or not, like with science and engineering together. But in US, it's very much like together, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Like they have this STEM thing going on. Okay, so basically, and again, coming back to what we was talking about, so these three dimensions like scientific and engineering practices, cross-cutting concepts, and core ideas, like these three things kind of like add into like make the standards. And these are the things these are the standards which are called next generation science standards. And these are the standards followed here in US as of now. So this is kind of like the way it looks like, and I know it's not legible or it's really hard to read from there, but I will in a while after in a few slides I will go deep in details to that. So these are kind of like the key consideration. I don't think these are very important, but like these are just like telling the structure of like NGSs, like, okay, the topics are not intended to be units and all those things. I don't think this is very much important in this context. Again, this talks about like organization of the standards by grades. Yeah, so K through 5, 6 through 8, and high school standards. And then, yeah, conceptual shifts. So basically conceptual shifts, in some of the conceptual shifts in NGSs was that like interconnected nature of science. So basically one of the things like, okay, what is nature of science? What are the characteristics of science? So science is like one of the basic misconception we have. Science is more like a rote memorization. Science is just memorizing something and like memorizing formulas and memorizing definitions and yeah, and try to just write them in our exam paper. But science is not like that. Science is more creative. Science is very much like investigating something. Science can be as creative as like kind of like what I would say, like a detective trying to investigate a problem. So the next generation, and again, the next generation science standards are student performance expectations. They are not curriculum. The NGSS is not a set of like curriculum or curricular topics, but they are like performance expectation. It specifically tells what the students would perform at the end of like after attaining those standards, what the students would perform at the end of those standards. And the science concepts are built like coherently. It is built in a sequential order from like grade 1 or through kindergarten through grade 12. And yeah, and again, like science and engineering practices are integrated. And yeah, so finally, the standards helps preparing the students for like college ready or university ready. There's a short video, and I will just, for the sake of time, I'll skip the video. But like again, if anybody is interested in this PowerPoint presentation, yeah, you can definitely, yeah, email me and I can just send it back to you. So remember, like I was talking about this one. So let us go ahead and see like what is actually there in this inside this box. Okay, so far, anybody, any question? Before I delve deep into this NGSS thing, anybody, any question so far? Okay. Okay, if you don't have any question, then I would proceed. So this is kind of like what looks like. Manoj bhai, boliye.
Hello, sir.
Sir, namaste.
How are you? Fine.
Fine, sir.
Namaste. Nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So how can you say that in India it can be incorporated cross-cutting? You are talking about the cross-cutting. Suggest me how we can add here in India.
No, the only suggestion should be that I don't know, like. So it's not only one thing.
It's not as a creativity.
नहीं क्या बोले, हम क्रिएटिविटी वाला बात सुनाई नहीं पड़ा, क्या बोले आप?
इंडिया में इसको कैसे ऐड कर सकते हैं क्रॉस कटिंग को? क्या क्रिएटिविटी के द्वारा हो सकता है या और भी कुछ?
नहीं तो द थिंग इज दैट लाइक अगर आपको इंडिया में इंटीग्रेट करना है तो यू कैन नॉट इंटीग्रेट लाइक ओनली क्रॉस कटिंग कॉन्सेप्ट, राइट? So we have to integrate like NGSS standards, like next generation science standards, or any type of science standards in its whole. So NGS is like cross-cutting concept of अकेले ले जाके मतलब इंटीग्रेट करने से नहीं होगा, आपको तीनों चीज को करना ही पड़ेगा. और तीनों चीज में सब चीज ही है इंडिया में, ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं है। हमको मतलब ये तो पढ़ाने के तरीका हो गया ना, मतलब बच्चों को जब हम पढ़ाते हैं तो फिर जो पर्टिकुलर बच्चे जो यूएस में फिजिक्स का कॉन्सेप्ट समझ रहे हैं चाहे इंडिया में फिजिक्स का कॉन्सेप्ट समझ रहे हैं, तो समझ तो सेम ही चीज रहे हैं ना, कॉन्सेप्चुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग तो मोर और लेस सेम ही होता है, लेकिन किस तरह से समझाया जा रहा है वो चीज पर हमें ध्यान देना है। तो ये तो हमें एज टीचर्स हम लोगों को ध्यान देना पड़ेगा कि हाँ, हम बच्चों को जब समझा रहे हैं कोई भी चीज तो उनको समझा रहे हैं किस तरह से, ये बोल के समझा रहे हैं कि भाई जो लिखा हुआ है आप उसको याद करो, ये चीज बोल के समझा रहे हैं कि उसको दिखा रहे हैं कि ठीक है भाई, कोई भी चीज अगर हो रहा है तो कॉज एंड इफेक्ट के तहत होता है, चाहे आप वो फिजिक्स का कोई भी एग्जाम्पल ले लीजिए, चाहे या फिर बायोलॉजी का लीजिए, चाहे फिर केमिस्ट्री का लीजिए, तो वो तीनों में अगर समानता दिखा दीजिएगा कि अक्रॉस ऑल दिस डिसिप्लिनरी कॉन्सेप्ट्स, केमिस्ट्री हो या बायोलॉजी हो, कॉज एंड इफेक्ट के लेंस से आप कोई भी चीज को समझिएगा तो कॉज एंड इफेक्ट के तहत से समझिएगा तो समझ सकते हैं। उसी तरह सेम थिंग, अनदर थिंग इन क्रॉस कटिंग कॉन्सेप्ट इज आल्सो पैटर्न। पैटर्न देख के, मतलब जैसे लॉज या थ्योरीज जो हम लोग बनाते हैं तो सब पैटर्न देख के ही बनाया जाता है ना, कि हर चीज हर एक्सपेरिमेंट में ऐसा ऐसा पैटर्न हो रहा है। तो I think it should be the only way to integrate is that like we should educate our future teachers to kind of like focus more on like when they are teaching science to use like these lenses and make those lenses explicit to their students, not only कि cause and effect हो रहा है भाई, चलो यहाँ पर भी cause and effect हो रहा है, वहाँ पर भी cause and effect हो रहा है, बस हो गया, वो नहीं। We should provide opportunities to our students to help them understand, to see those things by themselves. That's one way to integrate it. That's based on like my experience, the way I was taught in school and the way I see like the students are being taught here. Yeah, Manoj ji, was it okay? Matlab, I don't know, matlab, I answered your question correctly.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You can carry on. You can carry on.
Okay. Okay, so inside this box, so this is kind of like the NGS's draft looks like. So these are kind of like the standards. And you remember, like I was talking about like three dimensions. So this is the scientific and engineering practices. These are the disciplinary core ideas, and these are the cross-cutting concepts. And in this box, like, so each of these standards are kind of, they don't stand by itself. They are also integrated or connected to other standards also. Other standards in the sense, the next generation science standard is only a standard in science, but they are also connected to maths or English education standards also. So yeah, so this is kind of like what it means in NGS's standard. So any standard, like the first box is like, they specifically tell about like what is to be assessed, what is to be evaluated from, so evaluated from students, or what are we supposed to evaluate. And again, these standards, like when we are talking about this assessed, like what is to be assessed, or what the assessment should be, or what the evaluation should be based on, it is very much related to learning objectives also. So I think like learning objective is a very common thing which all of our pre-service teachers understand. Like when you are doing a lesson planning, the first and foremost thing you should write is your learning objectives. And what are learning objectives? Learning objectives are like the objectives you want your students to attain at the end of your lesson. And how would you know that they attained their learning objectives? By evaluating them, by assessing them. So basically NGSS kind of like, that's what like this what is assessed comes from. So NGSS is very similar to your learning objectives. And so basically NGSS tells like what you should assess your students. So at the end of your teaching, so suppose if you're telling that, okay, at the end of my lesson, my students will kind of like attain this learning objective or this standard. Then this standard, particularly NGSS, the way it is written, it exactly tells you what is to be assessed. This one is the foundation box. Again, the foundation box, as I told, it is divided on like three dimensions, like the scientific and engineering practices, like disciplinary core ideas, and the cross-cutting concepts. And the third one is the connection box. It connects all this like NGSS with like other standards, like mathematical or English or language standards. So one of the things is that like, and again, like, let us go back to what is assessed. And one of the important thing I think like is important is like performance expectations. So basically it tells like, okay, what you expect your students to perform. One of the very important thing is that like when we write our learning objectives, or when we talk about our standards, so we should write it in a language, in such a language like where you can assess those students. And that's where like Bloom taxonomy comes into picture, like we should use action verb. And one of the common mistakes we have seen, like based on my experience, also my pre-service teacher students, when they write learning objectives or standard, they use like words such as like, at the end of the lesson, my students will learn this one. At the end of the lesson, my students will know this one. So, or at the end of the lesson, my students will understand this one. NGSS kind of like greatly opposes using of those words, because the only reason being opposing to those words is that like you cannot directly assess those words. How can you evaluate somebody's understanding? You cannot evaluate somebody's learning, because learning, understanding, knowing, all those things goes inside our head. You cannot see them happening. But what you can see is like demonstration of understanding, demonstration of learning, or demonstration of knowing. So there should be something which your students should do, and then only if you see them actually doing, and then only you can assess them. At the end of the class, I can tell to my teacher that, oh, I learned everything. But if my teacher tells me, okay, show what you learned, then I have to do something. Either I have to tell my definition, or I have to write my definition, or something like that, or write description. So I have to give something tangible to them. So that's where like this performance expectations come from. So the way these standards are written, they are very specifically written that, okay, the students will be able to perform this, do this. And the other things are like clarification statement, assessment boundary tells like the limitations or the boundary, like how much you should assess and which you should not assess. And this is kind of like the last thing is the engineering connection. And in the foundation box, again, like we already talked about it, I don't think like I have to repeat myself. Yeah, and it talks about all this scientific and interdisciplinary core ideas and cross-cutting concepts. And finally, one of the things in these foundations or box are like they are. It also shows their connection to nature of science. So nature of science are like the characteristic feature of science. So what are like the actual characteristics of science? So for example, science is creative. Science is based on like social constructivism or societal values. Science is not memorization. Science means communication and all those things. Again, these are kind of like the codes for your performance expectations. And this is kind of like the entire like things, whatever I told you about. And again, these things are readily available on the internet. Also, if you go to the NGS's website, you can see it. But like, again, if you need this PowerPoint at some point of time, just let me know. A closer look at the NGS's. And again, I promise this is kind of my last couple of slides. I'll not bore you anymore. Anyway, so this is kind of like what NGSS looks like. So this is one of the standards. So see, plan and conduct an investigation to describe and classify different kinds of materials by their observable properties. So this is one of the next generation science standards. And you can see how they are connected. See, now it's color coded. So plan and conduct an investigation, that comes to scientific and engineering practices. So planning and conducting an investigation is part of science and engineering practices. Classifying different kinds of materials by their observable properties is something which falls in the disciplinary core ideas. And classifying them based on their observable properties will be like one of the cross-cutting concepts. So basically, if you can see like any particular NGSS standard, this is one particular NGSS standard, and they are based on all these three things. Plan and conduct investigation falls on science and engineering practices. And then you have like classifying different kinds of materials by their observable properties. It's kind of like disciplinary core ideas. And finally, the observable properties is from the cross-cutting concepts. So this is kind of like an analogy which I try to give. So basically NGSS, an analogy between NGSS and cooking is that like NGSS is kind of like preparing a meal, So your kitchen tools and techniques would be your scientific and engineering practices, and your basic ingredients look will be your core ideas. So whether you are cooking chicken, or you are cooking something vegetable, or you are cooking goat, or you are cooking paneer or anything, and the herbs, spices and seasonings are cross-cutting concepts, because this type of spices you can use whether you are cooking chicken or your mutton or paneer or saag or anything. And so this way, like the cross-cutting concepts, as I said, they are used to understand all the theoretical concepts in any of the subjects. So this is kind of like the analogy, and this is the end of my presentation. Yeah, thank you for hearing me out patiently, and yeah, and I'm ready to answer any question if you have any.
If
So
anyone
any
have questions?
yeah, any thoughts, or like if I will be more than happy to answer any question regarding like the presentation I had, or if you want to talk about like the teacher education system here.
Somnath,
I guess there is no one.
Somnath,
Yes,
very
ma'am.
good very good
Thank you.
presentation. Very good
Thank you.
presentation. Yeah.
How
Nice
are
to
you?
see you again. Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
Nice to see you too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Somnath sir, for your great
Okay.
and knowledgeable speech. Thank you so much.
सोमनाथ सर
जी बोलिए.
आई वुड लाइक, मैं एक चाहूँगा सर कि हमारे इतने सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं, आप सर कैलिफोर्निया के यूनिवर्सिटी में हैं, यहाँ और वहाँ में क्या डिफरेंस पाते हैं सर, और क्या हम सुधार कर सकते हैं एक टीचर एडुकेटर के नाते, हम लोग क्या अपने आप को बच्चों को दे सकते हैं जो हमारे टीचर जो निकले वो बहुत अच्छा करे, कुछ सजेशन दीजिए सर.
सजेशन देखिए, मतलब हम भी मतलब बीएससी बीएड पढ़े हैं रीजनल से, और यहाँ पर हम साइंस एजुकेशन में पढ़ा रहे हैं, तो एक हमको स्टार्क डिफरेंस नजर आया. अगेन आई डोंट नो कि मतलब इंडिया में मतलब वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन चेंज हुआ कि नहीं. वन ऑफ द स्टार्क डिफरेंस आई फाउंड कि वो फील्ड वर्क में.
इंग्लिश में दीजिए सर, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, सब लोग, आप बहुत अच्छा इंग्लिश भी बोलते हैं, सब समझ लेते हैं.
नहीं कहीं नहीं समझेंगे, मतलब वो मैं भी हिंदी बोलता ही हूँ, इसीलिए मतलब मेरे को गलत तरीका से मत लीजिए प्लीज. हाँ, मैं भी हिंदी बोलता हूँ इसलिए. Anyway, so the stark difference what I found was that like the field work aspect. So here and again, like one of the things in US is that like things are very different from university to university. They don't have like one centralized system. Like India mein, as we have in India ki B.Ed mein you are having 2-year B.Ed course, and then 1 year would be theory, and last 6 months would be practical or internship. In US it is very different from university to university. And in my university, like the way they do their fieldwork is they start fieldwork from the very first year. So basically they are not doing, so if they're doing a 4-year course, so for example, I will tell my BSc B.Ed experience. So I did a 4-year course in BSc B.Ed. So in my last year only, I did internship. But here what they do is like they start their internship or they start their fieldwork from the very beginning. And what happens is that like, so definitely one of the thing is that like, okay, if you start fieldwork experience for your students from the very beginning, from the first year, they are not prepared. And we all understand that they are not prepared, they are not ready to go and teach in the class. But what we do is that like when in the first semester or first year, we don't expect them to go and teach in the class. We just want them to get familiarized with the aspect of teaching. What are the challenges a teacher faces? What are the ways like a classroom teacher manages the discipline of the students? So teaching is only one aspect for a teacher. Teaching is definitely one aspect and one of the most significant or crucial aspect. But in order to become a better teacher or in order to become an effective teacher, teaching is only one significant part. There are different other parts of becoming a teacher. So those are the things like, so if you start, one of the things I would say, I can suggest, I don't know if it is possible based on the structure of your school. So if you let your students to have like fieldwork experience from the very beginning, may not be from the first year, but at least from the second year, so that they can go and make themselves familiarized with what is happening. Let them assist the mentor teacher, co-teach with them, and then finally go for teaching in the 3rd or 4th year. That's what we do. And again, another important thing which happens is that like there is a gradual, you will see if you start, if the students start like fieldwork from the very beginning, there will be a gradual development. There will be a gradual development in their lesson planning. There will be a gradual development in their way of kind of like organizing the class or maintaining the class, classroom discipline. All those things are gradually developed, and the students gain confidence. If they're doing their fieldwork just at the end of their B.Ed degree or something, like at the end last 6 months, they would be definitely, I'm not telling that that does not help them become teacher. Definitely it helps them become them teacher, but it would help them more if they are engaged with teaching from the very beginning. If they have that exposure. Yeah, so means that was my suggestion. One of the different things, like one of the difference I found here, like in my university, the way they do. Yeah.
Okay, just we can say that just naturalistic view of teaching there. Here we are just implementing idealistic view. First you think you study the theory portion, then finally you do the practical. And but in USA, just we read in the internet that if we know about the butterfly, then children will go to forest and then they will see to different butterflies. So I think naturalistic view of teaching is very important to there. And in our country we teach in the book and we teach about the police in books, but they go to police station and they visit the police, I think.
Yeah. So and that makes sense, because like so for example, okay, I think one of the thing we always tell about that, like when we are talking about teacher education and our students, like okay, it should be student centered teaching and learning. And when you talk about student centered teaching and learning, we talk of like differentiated education. We also talk about universalization of education and everything, and equality and equity, all those things. And yeah, in NEP, like they have those are kind of one of those pillars, like equality and equity. So the base of equality and equity lies in kind of like individualistic approach. So none of the students are same. None of the students, there are individual differences in students. So same thing, like as teacher educators, when we are preparing our pre-service teachers, so no two pre-service teachers are same. Every teacher is different. Every teacher has a different way of teaching. आप कोई भी चीज को उनको एक कॉन्सेप्ट दे दीजिए, कोई भी चीज को लेसन प्लान को ऐसे बनाया जाता है, लेकिन हर एक टीचर को, all the teachers coming out from a particular, say for example, like all my batchmates who became teacher from Regional Institute of Education, we were taught by the same professor, we were taught the same course, same everything. But I bet you go to everybody's class, their teaching methods would be different. Their process of teaching would be different. So as much as we focus on individual difference in students, we should also focus on individual difference of teachers also. So as we are teaching the theoretical aspects in the classroom, in our classroom in the theoretical aspects, at the same time, if you give them the opportunity to practically view, let them come up with their ways of how they would practice those things, how they would practice those lesson plans, how they would practice, like what they understand of constructivism, how would they practice social constructivism in the class? Would they practice by doing group discussions of like 5 people, or they would do just group discussion of 2 people by doing think, pair and share? Let them handle that. Because in actual classroom, in reality, you or I will not be there to always guide our pre-service teachers. They have to make sense, they have to gain confidence, and they have to take their own steps, they have to make their own decisions. So I think that's very feasible, and that makes sense, because from the very beginning, yeah, whatever theoretical aspects we are giving them in our lecture halls, let them go into the classroom and see how they can practice it, or actually see like how a mentor teacher is practicing and make their own understanding out of it.
So another we would like to ask you one question, sir.
Sure.
We know I read in also internet that children's on the basis of individual differences and performance of their own differences, they are promoting in 1 or 2 year more. In our country, there is no any provision to promote the students from one class to higher class. Is it correct, sir?
So they normally don't, as much as I know. And again, one of the things I would tell you, like in US, in all over US, there is no centralized system. The system varies from school to school, even like from college to college, and even at the school level also. Like school to school, it will vary. It depends upon the management of the school. So normally, I cannot say for entire US, but in California, they don't exactly have like promotion based on like they will just skip one class or something. But what they do have is that like in high school, so their high school in US, the high school is from 8 through 12, from standard 8 to standard 12. But in that high school, they have like demarcation of like different categories, like AP, advanced placement. So advanced placement is for like like the students who are at the topmost layer, they go into advanced placement classes. The students, again, you are in the same class, you are in grade 8, you are in grade 9 or something, but like this normal, the students who are not so much achieving, or they are not, their grades are not very good, they are in the normal class. But the students whose grades are very good, they go into advanced classes. So these advanced classes actually help them readily prepare more for their, like the curriculum is also kind of different. They have like more challenging problems. They have more like rigorous coursework versus like, but again, at the end of the day, they are in the same grade though. You are in high school and the other person is also in high school. But like based on your performance, you are in the advanced placement. Based on your performance, you are not in the advanced placement.
Oh, very nice, sir. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for valuable information and suggestions.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
giving
you
this
so much,
opportunity.
sir, by hearing you after a long gap. Thank you
बहुत
so
दिन के
much,
बाद.
sir.
Yeah. Thank you, bhai. Yeah.
बहुत दिन के बाद I heard you. Yeah. A nice experience about the US, and we are comparing at the India, how far we have to connect, we have to enhance the higher education, because in higher education we see that in PhD, so many private universities are there and just distributing the certificate. But in the foreign, they are keeping a view that regarding the quality. So we have to think in that sense also regarding the PhD also.
Right.
Numerous private institution is there. So what is your opinion regarding the privatization of universities regarding the PhD? They are distributing the degree. What is your opinion?
But Manojji, the thing is that like it's not about privatization. Bihar, I was born in Bihar, and basically Bihar became Jharkhand when I was actually in BSc period. Then only Bihar became Jharkhand. So I'm talking about Bihar, and I'm not talking in a bad way, but it's just my experience since I was born and brought up in Bihar and Jharkhand. So it's not only the private universities, right? Like the government all universities are also giving like PhD certificates or any type of certificates. Yeah. So we cannot just blame first of all the private universities. It has been a system back in India. So, but the only way, according to my personal view, definitely there's no wrong in privatization, but like the thing is that like a minimum standard should be maintained, whether it is private or a government institute. So there should be an apex body which looks into this. There should be systematic audit of all the courses they are doing. There should not be, it should not be that, okay, let us talk very openly. Means, and again, I don't have any proof to this, but like, again, we also know that like there are colleges which should not get like affiliation, but they get. I don't know what is happening now, but at least I'm telling like 10 or 15 years back in India when I was there as a teacher. So these things happen. So these are the things which should be stopped. It is not, means it is, I think there's, if you really compare private and public institutes, so sometimes it is more like just to malign the private institutes. That's why they just tell that, okay, all the bad things are happening in private institutes. In fact, like the government institutes are also equally kind of responsible, and private institutes would not have come into picture if the government institutes have done their job properly. Take the school of a government school and a private school, same thing. So yeah, so I think my opinion is that, okay, there should not be any we should not stop like private institutions from flourishing, but like again, it's not only for private but for government institutes also. There should be a strict audit system. or there should be a body which should govern all the degrees and the quality of the education. That's definitely one of the things. And one of the things I would definitely like to add here, by any way, our education system is not bad. And how can I say that? Okay, you come to US, you will see like the number of people in like STEM education, scientists and science professors are mostly Indians and Chinese. तो अगर हम लोग इतने ही खराब होते, अगर हमारी एजुकेशन सिस्टम इतनी ही खराब होती, तो हाउ कम वी कम टू यूएस एंड बी सक्सेसफुल? एंड यू कैन सी द स्टैटिस्टिक्स, यूएस में बच्चे लोग साइंस में जाते ही नहीं है. In any university, pick up any university in US, and if you see the faculty member in science, maths, you will see Indians and Chinese. In any university you go. And all those Indians, they were taught in India only. So our education system is not bad, it's not wrong, but only definitely, and again, that does not mean that like there's no room for betterment. Definitely we have room for betterment. And some of the luxurious things which in US schools can do because of their availability of resources. And that's what we don't have. And in order to have those resources, like as much resources as the US schools have in their schools, we don't have at all like in Indian schools. And if our Indian students also get those resources, they will perform far better than Indian US students. Means I'm like, yeah, definitely I'm proud of myself that yeah, I'm a student from India. I did everything, all my studies back in India, and then I came to US, I did my PhD, and now I am like a faculty member at a university. Definitely I'm proud of myself, but that pride in me is due to the education system back in India, whatever my Indian professors have taught me. Yeah, can we do better? Definitely, always there are room for betterment. Even in US also there is a lot of room for betterment. But
okay, thank you,
yeah,
sir.
I don't think that like yeah, means our Indian education system is anywhere like lagging behind or anything. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Pleasure to hear you, sir. Again, thank you, Somnath sir, and also Manoj Kumar sir, for guiding us. Thank you so much. As we are highly grateful to our excellent eminent speakers who has given their precious time and have acknowledged us to this webinar. So once again, I would like to thank them for their sincere participation and excellent information. Dr. V.P. Rukhliar, sir, Professor C.P.S. Chauhan, sir, Dr. Kaushal Kumar Bhagat, sir, Dr. Juzeng Michael Zai, sir, Dr. Elizabeth Gangme, ma'am, Dr. Somnath, sir, thank you so much. Thank you so much again. Now, we would honorably request Dr. Vimal Kishore, Head and Dean Department of Education, Central University of Jharkhand, who is also a co-chairman of this international webinar, to please connect with us and share his opinion. Thank you, sir. Vimal Kishore, sir. Is he available? Sorry, I guess he is not available. Vimal Kishore, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I think for some technical reason, Vimal Kishore sir is not connecting with us. So I think we should go for vote of thanks because time has already began to last. So we would like to ask to Mrs. Priyanka for a vote of thanks.
I would like to request our Assistant Professor of Mahavindya Vasani College of Education, Mrs. Priyanka Kumari, to connect with us for the vote of thanks. Please, ma'am.
Sir, is there any feedback form now?
Good evening, respected dignitaries of the virtual platform, invitees, and the participants, and dear students. I, Priyanka Kumari, Assistant Professor of Mahavindya Vasani College of Education, Padma, Hazaribagh. I am feeling honored to get this opportunity to conclude this first international webinar, NEP, that is National Education Policy 2020. Prospects and challenges of higher education. Today is very useful day. As we know, organizing international webinar is a challenging task. This cannot be possible without a great preparation of wise working hands and support for every corner and blessings. Now, it is a time to convey our gratitude to all who have extended their support to make this event successful at the outset on behalf of organizing committee. As we know, an integral part of the Indian culture, it says that every guest should be treated like a god. Atithi Devo Bhava literally means the guest is equivalent to God. What it means, there is no matter who you are and where you are from. In India, you are welcomed warmly and treated with respect. May you have attention, please. Our words may not be capable to express our sense of gratitude to our valedictory sections. Guest of Honor, Professor Dr. C.P.S. Chauhan, ex-officiations of Vice Chancellor AMU Aligarh, keynote speaker of International Webinar. Thank you, sir, to adjusting your busy schedule for giving our time and sharing your knowledge about the structure of NEP 2020, an autonomous curriculum, completion and philosophical discourse, and a quality research in front of us. Let me express to our deep gratitude of Dr. Elizabeth Ganjamil, Associate Professor of RIE Bhubaneswar. We have a great gratitude of our beloved founder of MAM, she focused on the NEP 2020 transformation envisaged in higher education. Teacher educations, you also focused the point and objectives of and the 4 pillars of NEP 2020. I especially thank to our plenary sessions speaker, Professor Kausal Kumar Bhagat sir, Educational Technology, IIT Kharagpur, have given the depth content about the augmented reality and the virtual reality emerging the technologies in the 21st centuries, future challenges and the 4th emerging 21st centuries. Let me express my deep gratitude of Dr. Somnath Sinha, Professors of Education, University of Merced, California, USA. Thank you, sir, for a given sharing about the educational framework to the students and the vision of science and conceptual seeds of NGSS. We have to maintain, you also focus why we have to maintain and whom we have to maintain the NGSS standard. You also focus on the point of the Bloom's taxonomy and the cause and effect relationships. We most most humbly thank to our deep sense of obligations to our Chief Patron, Professor Dr. Mukul Narayan Dev of Vice Chancellor of Vinoba Bhave University, Hazaribagh. You have given your valuable time in fixing many issues related to this webinar. I'm very thankful that you've given such a nice and the deep words about the value-based education, collaboration studies, quality assurance, and the multidisciplinary course of study. We most humbly thank to our Chief Patron, Professor R.K. Dev, Vice Chancellor of Central University of Jharkhand. I'm very happy to offer sincere thanks to our patron of Dr. Ajit Kumar Sinha, Pro Vice Chancellor of Vinoba Bhave University, Hazaribagh. I would like to record our deep sense of obligations to our special guest, Dr. V.P. Rukhriyal, Registrar of Vinoba Bhave University, Hazaribagh. You also share your views about the quality improvement course and the joint system and a continued mode of education which is helpful for all the students, and there is no foundations of money among the students. Now, I express my deep gratitude to the Advisory Boards Committee, Dr. M. Sameem Ahmad, Principal of AIL ICRA TTC Dhanbad, Dr. Manoj Kumar, Associate Professor of Kulhan University, Dr. Lakshmi Rani, Associate Professor of Constitute Unit, Bihar University of Muzaffarpur, Mr. Ajay Babu, Assistant Professor of Tamra Lipata Mahavidyalaya, Vidyasagar, University of West Bengal, Dr. Veena Kumari, Principal of RGMTTC Dhanbad, Dr. Johnny Rubinath Tirki, NSS Coordinator, Vinoba Bhave University, Assistant Professors of Anthropology Department, Dr. Sujit Kumar Dwivedi, HOD of Education, Constitute University of LMM University, Dr. Sachin Kumar, Assistant Professor of Ranchi University, Dr. Upendra Kumar, HOD of Education Department and the Constitute University of BBM Kolanchal University, Dr. Manvi Yadav, Assistant Professor of Central University of Jharkhand, Dr. Vijay Kumar Yadav, Assistant Professor of Central University of Jharkhand, Dr. Neera Gautam, Assistant Professor of Central University of Jharkhand, and the Dr. Manohar Kumar Das, Assistant Professor of Central University, Mr. Anjal Nag, Assistant Professor of Central University of Jharkhand, Dr. Silpi Raj, Assistant Professor of Central University of Jharkhand. I express my deep gratitude to our advisory board committee. So all these are the advisory. I am most thankful for all these advisory bodies. And my special thanks to the chairman of Ma Vindhyavasini College of Education, Padma, Hazaribagh, Mr. Anup Kumar Mehta. I would like to deep gratitude of our Secretary of Ma Vindhyavasini College of Education, Mr. Ajit Kumar. My special thanks to great gratitude to the Director of Ma Vindhyavasini College of Education, Mr. Ravi Prakash. My special and the deep words of gratitude, the College Management of Ma Vindhyavasini College of Education, Mr. Hari Kumar. I would like to thank of Legal Advisory Committee of Ma Vindhyavasini College of Education, Mr. Vikas Kumar. My special thanks to our chairman of the webinar, that is international webinar, and the principal of Ma Vindhyavasini College of Education, Dr. Chetlal Prasad, for shaping the webinar so nicely and so timely. I'm most thankful to the convener of this international webinar, Dr. Sasi Singh, Associate Professor of Central University of Jharkhand. I would like to most humble thanks to the organizing secretary of this international webinar, Dr. Tanuja Gupta and Mr. Shiv Kumar Ram, who given the marvelous support for this international webinar. Our words not to be capable to express our sense of gratitude to all the professors of MA, BA, and DLA of Ma Vindhyavasini College of Education, Padma. I am most thankful for all the receivers, technical.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
हाँ सर ऑडिबल है
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
कहाँ से नहीं सुनाई दिया? हाँ, hello. So, sorry for interruption. I'm most thankful. I'm most thank you for all the receivers, technicals committee members, Mr. Ajit Kumar Kuswaha and Mr. Arvind Kumar Sinha. Both of you provide a valuable support and the coordination for the paper presentation in the time of webinar. I also thanks to all the authors, researchers, scholars to submitted their valuable research article abstract to this international webinar. I'm thankful to all the head of the department of the colleges and my colleagues who sitting patiently in and the coordinators and organizers for their dedications and support to such a great success. We thank to our admin staff, media for their active support, who continuously join the Zoom app, YouTube, and on the Facebook account. But most important, our special thanks to all the students and the volunteers who had worked hard selflessly for the success of the international webinar. I request to give him a special warm thanks. At the end, I bring sincerely apologies those directly and indirectly help us. I forget unwillingly to take the name. Hope you will be meet in the next webinar soon. So yes, no doubt, we are proud to be an Indian. We follow the culture of the nations. So when we will start and the end everything, we will start for the prayer of the one goddess and Vandana also. And when we end the program with the national anthem. So my request
Please,
is that
ma'am,
I would
ma'am,
like
please.
to say,
Madam, please please keep patient. Participants are requested. We have formally started the International Journal of Education from Ma Vindhyavasini College of Education, and last date of submission of your article is 15th of January 2021. So please send your articles on the link in my website, in our college website, and it will be published on ISSN with ISSN number. Also, I would I'm saying sorry that our Pro Vice Chancellor is in Bangalore airport, so he could not join us. And Mr. Bimal Kishore is also busy in PhD Bhaiva this time. So sorry to say that both two persons could not join our international webinar. But next time, we will very careful about it, and sorry for inconvenience to all the participants. And my dear friends, thank you very much for every cooperation, and my colleagues. Now we shall start the national anthem, and then it will be end of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
We can start now. We can start now. Please don't wait.
Yes, sir.
Please. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय जय भारत द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल उच्छल मंगलदायक जय भारत जय भारत माता की जय विंध्यवासिनी की जय। Please fill your feedback form, which has been given, and your certificate will be automatically sent to your email ID. Any if any query, then mail us to, and leave your message on the chat group, Telegram and WhatsApp. Thank you very much. Goodbye.